Sego Sawagwego. Good morning, everyone. We are now ready to begin our council meeting of May the 21st, 2024. It's the regular council meeting. Before we do that, though, I would like to have each one can say their own prayer in their own way to give thanks to the Creator for all that He provides for us. And we're always supposed to be thankful to the Creator for everything how He sustains us in this life. And more, we should be thankful for that we have a community, because on Sunday we celebrated the 240th anniversary of the landing of our forefathers on the shore of the Bay of Quinte on May 22nd, 1784, when they came back to our hunting grounds to make it to their new home after the American Revolution. And we remember their long suffering at Lachine for 7 years, and the great turmoil that followed after they landed here, the lack of a permanent peace, which culminated in the War of 1812, and they were called again to arms in many other conflicts since that time. So we are thankful to them for their sacrifice, and we will always honor their memory and appreciate that we have this place to call our home. And so this, in a spirit of thanksgiving, let us each say our own prayer of thanksgiving to the Creator. Okay, the council meeting is now in session. We have an agenda before you dated May the 21st, 2024. So the first item will be to review and adopt the agenda, to approve the minutes, the council minutes of May the 1st, 2024. There'll be a time to ask any questions from business arising from those minutes. Any upcoming meetings outside of the territory will be identified and approved by council. There's a concern about this, number 4, Salmon River dumping. Salmon River Road dumping. There's constantly people from outside the territory dumping garbage there. Paul Lewis needs a pal. There's a Pride article about some sort of celebration in Napanee. The Caro Hydro 1 grant needs approval of council. Ministry of the Attorney General agreement for Indigenous Victim Services Program needs to be signed and approved. We have Bank of Montreal mortgage report, status report. We have some invoices to pay from Derek Wong, Hicks Morley, JFK Law invoices, Miller Thompson Law Office invoices, Alan Pratt, MBQ, Culberson, Turton Penn invoices, Indigenous Services Canada COVID Fund report. We have the 24-25 housing cash flow on the agenda, a new recreation complex, Bayshore Road Park Arbor replacement, bond or large residential projects, commercial leases, Indigenous Services Canada housing management subsidy. And then we have a private agenda as well. There's the items there, the consideration of buying some property in Deserado, some mortgage requests, bank balance acknowledgement, follow up on an outstanding mortgage, a land purchase along the York Road, MRP, QMS, and then we have a guest coming at 1 o'clock. Motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll motion.
I'll second.
Moved by Aaron and seconded by Guari to adopt the agenda of May the 21st, 2024. Is anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Is there, we'll have the minutes of May the 1st, 2024. So present at the meeting were myself, Ogwari, Chris Brandt, Curtis Brandt, Aaron Ferrante, Linda Lewine, and Chris Miracle. Staff present were Sherry Miracle, CAO, Angela Miracle, Senior Director of Operations, Shelley Voting, Executive Administrative Assistant, and Recording Secretary to the Council. MC Miracle, my assistant, was here as well. Motion 1 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Chris Brandt to adopt the agenda. The motion was carried. Motion 2 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Chris Brandt that the council minutes of April the 19th, 2024 be approved. The motion was carried. Motion 3 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis Brandt that the local council business minutes of April 23rd would be approved. The motion was carried. Motion 4 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the business registration for Total Source Construction, owner John T. Miracle. That motion was carried. Motion 5 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Ogwari to approve the request to harvest in the MBQ traditional territory from Daniel Miles. The motion was carried. Motion 6 was moved by Ogwari and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve the harvest request in MBQ traditional territory from Rachel Burns. That motion was carried. Motion 7 was moved by Linda Lewine and seconded by Ogwari to approve the income assistance Good Minds Oyongwa di Gonrio Hage supportive tiny homes program policy and procedures. The motion was carried. Motion 8 was moved by Curtis and seconded by Aaron Ferrante to approve the Dahadi Gonso Dontie Head Start program withdrawal and discharge policy to include discharge and termination of the program participation. The motion was carried. Motion 9 was moved by Aaron Ferrante and seconded by Linda Lewine to approve the signing of the 2024-25 Aboriginal Labor Force Development Circle funding agreement for the Eska Ogunha Child Care Center in the amount of $106,000 and $420. The motion was carried. Motion 10 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Curtis Brandt to utilize the Nesbitt Burns investment plus an additional $1,318,465 from the 7th Gen Bank account to enter into a general security agreement with the Bank of Montreal and Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for the $28,620,544 loan from CMHC. Motion was carried. MC Miracle, no, just one thing about this here, it's only temporary during the construction phase. Then they take a general security on the agreement after the long-term care is built. MC Miracle, Executive Assistant to the Chief, left at 11:39 for an appointment. Chris Brandt, motion 11 moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Chris Miracle to approve replacing the damaged floats, damaged wooden boards, and steel bracing at the Shenandoah boat dock as a temporary measure in the amount of $3,718.86. The motion was carried. Motion 12 was moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt to approve to purchase a new dock system and use the existing structure at the ferry lane in the amount of $37,440 and at the Shenandoah location in the amount of $29,380, funding from the Open LP 2008 funds. Council requested Tom Crean, Director of Housing and BPM, provide a report on any enhancements for the Shenandoah dock area. Motion 13. Moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Chris Miracle to approve to keep the ferry lane boat launch open and close the dock. The motion was carried. Motion 14 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Ogwari to approve the revision to the MBQ Personnel Policy Chapter 4, Remote Work. Motion was carried. Motion 15 was moved by Chase Ogwari and seconded by Linda Lewine to approve the signing of the Canada Summer Student Jobs Agreement in the amount of $16,060. The motion was carried. Motion 16 was moved by Aaron Ferrante and seconded by Linda Lewine to approve Sarah McNeil and Evelyn Shackle as MBQ representatives for the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians Youth Council for 24-25. Motion carried. Motion 17 was moved by Chris Brandt and seconded by Aguirre that the Tyendinaga Mohawk Council hereby approve of Chief Ardal Miracle, Councillor Chase Aguirre Brandt, Councillor Linda Lewin, Councillor Chris Brandt, Councillor Chris Miracle, and Sarah McNeil, Evelyn Shackle as Mohawks of Quinte voting delegates at the Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians Assembly being held on June the 4th to the 6th, 2024, hosted by the Caldwell First Nation in Windsor, Ontario. The motion was carried.
Chief, that you had said Councillor Chris Brandt, and it's Curtis Brandt. So just, it's written Curtis Brandt, but.
Okay, pardon, Councillor Curtis Brandt then, in that place. Motion 18, moved by Aaron Ferrante and seconded by Aguirre to approve the use of the traditional foundation for tiny houses proposed at the North Street development and to obtain carbon concept to complete the building plans for the tiny houses in the amount of $2,950. One other quote received from Show Me Designs in the amount of $7,620. Motion was carried. Chris Miracle abstained from the motion. Move by Aaron Ferrante and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve scheduling a meeting with Independent Electricity Systems Operator, ISO, on May 21st or June 10th, 2024. The motion was carried. Moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Curtis Brandt to approve the appointing Christopher V. Brandt, Councillor Christopher V. Brandt, and Megan Murphy, Environmental Coordinator to the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry Zone 20 Committee. The motion was carried. Motion 21 was moved by Chase Aguirre Brandt and seconded by Chris Brandt to acknowledge the natural gas agreement from 1972. The motion was carried. Council confirmed the following scheduled meetings: May 15th, local business; May 21st, regular council; May 22nd, local Tyendinaga Mohawk local business; June 10th, Tyendinaga Mohawk regular council; June 19th, Tyendinaga Mohawk council local business; June 19th, Tyendinaga Mohawk council regular; June 26th, Tyendinaga Mohawk council local business. And moved by motion 22 was moved by Aaron Ferrante and seconded by Curtis Brandt that this meeting go into private, and when the council went into private at 1:04 p.m., the motion was carried. These are the minutes that are recorded by the Executive Administrative Assistant and Recording Secretary to the Council, Shelley Bowden. Are there any errors, omissions, or corrections to these minutes? There are some just spelling issues there that have been corrected. They're noted in red on your minutes. And the council meeting regular, so we have local business tomorrow. Are there any omissions, errors, or corrections to these minutes? Aguirre, do you have any? Chris, do you have any? Aaron? Chip, do you have any? Chris, do you have any?
Just looking at the schedule, and in my agenda, we have pick-in terminals on the 24th of May at 1 p.m. Is that right? Oh, that's a private meeting? Okay, but, oh, those are scheduled meetings, regular council. So it doesn't have to be put on.
Those listed are chapter 2.
Okay.
If there are no then other corrections to the minutes, can I have a motion to adopt the minutes as provided, as corrected?
I'll motion that, Chief.
I'll second.
Is there any business arising from the minutes? May the 1st. Is there any status report on the docking systems, Sherry?
Yes, I'll be providing that.
Okay. Is that on the agenda, Sherry?
I'm sorry, what?
Is your report on the agenda?
My just updates that we have to items, agenda items.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry, Chief, I'm just gonna go get there was a couple add-ons this morning. So I'm
Okay.
just trying to print them for you.
okay. Okay, Sherry, do you want to do your update now then?
There, it's actually updates I have are part of the agenda. So we will have those. She's trying to print you some information that we have to add to that are in the drive, but she's
Okay,
trying to
so
print
the-
you some of that information. If you would like, we can go to those,
Okay.
unless you want to wait for that those documents.
Okay, so usually what we do, Sherry, is we usually put on the CAO update as an agenda item. That's the time that you would do. So I guess you're just going to do it as we discuss these issues. Is that how you're going to do it?
Yes, well, there are a couple of issues that I have some, I'm bringing back forward to council. So yes, they've been added onto the agenda.
All right. So then is there any business or arising from the minutes? I guess these will all be updated in your report then? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any meetings outside of the territory beyond Kingston or the Trenton area?
We have Iroquois caucus next week, but I think that's already been approved.
I think we identified who's going, so that should be sufficient approval. Has everybody had their rooms booked, so that's done in advance to AIA?
I've already taken care of the AG for AIA. I had to send in our MCR on our voting delegates.
Okay,
It said to tell us who needed a room, which I already did all that. I already told them who was going to participate in the dinner and the tour, because they asked that. And Chris was the only virtual one, and I'm virtual, but I'm not a voting delegate. Like, all that was in an email that I was already sent.
Yeah.
Their required deadline. at the
so we're
meeting.
all up to date with AIA, so we don't get there, then somebody
That's
doesn't
the
know.
one that I don't.
Yeah,
We
and
booked
we
it
had to deal with our own,
yeah, for
which was,
Iroquois caucus.
Okay,
and Codwell,
okay.
or sorry, Brantford, Chiefs of Ontario.
Oh, what's that one?
Following week. I don't think.
This is the updated agenda.
Why do you have meetings outside the territory?
No. You don't week after that.
Why do you want to have a?
It was, of what?
He said he doesn't.
What's that? Oh, on the list?
On the port. NLP.
Oh, I seen that one.
And outside
Okay.
Sovereignty Farm. AG in Toronto.
Okay. So I've just received the updated agenda form here then, as well as the private, so all of council has the updated agenda.
It's in
Yeah, I can't get into mine here.
Or just follow you anyway. Yours not open?
No, when I click on to get on to into May 1st, it just goes back to April 19th.
What the heck?
Yeah. What the heck?
Is there anyone who doesn't have the updated agenda?
Just try to shut down.
I was going to, yeah. I didn't.
You didn't?
I did not yet.
Okay, we'll wait till Chip gets his computer going.
You had a question about meetings outside the territory.
Yeah.
You had one time LP and Ontario Sovereignty Wealth Fund AGM.
That's will take place in June, so that's normally done at the
It says
Chiefs.
July the 4th, 2024.
Yeah, that's usually done at the time of the other meetings. They piggyback it, so it's, when the Chiefs are meeting together, they also put that on the agenda there. as a separate meeting. We don't have the details yet about it.
Okay.
We know the date of it, but usually that's what they do. We just adjourn one meeting and then do the other meeting.
10-4.
It's not even showing, you want the 21st, and it's not showing up.
No, that's what I meant.
Shut down, try again. I don't know, it said to swipe it.
Do we need Bryce to come, Shelley? What did it do? Just lock you out?
No, it's not showing up the 21st. It goes only up to the May 15th.
My system does that too sometimes. I don't have current information. Let's get Bryce over.
We don't need to, it's just trying to.
We're going to restart it and see where we are. And
Yeah, that's what happens is updates are required.
yeah, because I was just in here last week and he fixed my phone.
So once in a while, you should plug in and just allow the updates, do a reboot, so that they can update your system.
Well, Sherry, I'm finding I'll have to update my phone almost daily to be able to get.
Yeah, with my iPhone, every time I like update to the new 17.4, then the next day there's 17.5.
Then you have to reboot it and start it up again just to be able to finish reading your emails. Sometimes the same day, 2 or 3 times
I
a
don't
day.
know how to do any of that, so I'm.
Mine's
So maybe I'll check with Bryce to see if you might need a newer version, how old his phone is.
Okay, thank you for following up on that.
Bryce did it for me while I was right in his office. Then all of a sudden, 16,
I know, I thought it was
because
good.
it stopped getting it at 60.
Yeah.
I stopped getting it on Tuesday. That's-
So what, do we have a motion to go to the open LP meeting and those other Chiefs meetings, Shelley? Okay, in case it's different, in case there's a different date for the open LP meeting, I would like a motion to attend that. That's a Chiefs meeting, moved by Aguirre.
I'll second
Curtis, anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried. But normally it's at the same time as the Chiefs of Ontario meeting. It may be a day early, but sometimes it's the same day, but just in the afternoon or morning. They do it, because that doesn't take that long. Salmon River dumping. This has been an ongoing issue. And there's been some emails about it and complaints. The police have investigated. Have they been able to find anybody responsible with letters or stuff to do follow-up? Chris?
I want to say over a year ago, we passed motions to put up cameras. And then 6 months later, I said, where's the cameras? And I was told, oh, we have to put signage out telling everybody that the cameras are coming and the signs are on their ways. Then you fast forward to a month or two ago and I was told it was never approved. Well, if it was never approved, why was I sitting here and I was told by the staff, we're waiting for the cameras? It just doesn't
Okay.
jive.
So Sherry, do you have any explanation of what's going on with the cameras?
We actually have a plan in place to attempt to deal with the situation because the dumping of garbage has grown exponentially.
I think what he's asking for is when can he expect the cameras to be installed?
Well,
and
I'd like
working?
I'd like to outline what we're putting in place to try to curb this. What we are finding is in the past, cameras have not worked well because they get stolen. They have to be able to see plates on vehicles, things like that. So I'd like to present the plan that we're moving forward and we're asking for approval on, which I think will help us to address the issue or attempt to. So what we're doing is partnering with the Tyendinaga Township on this issue because they also recognize it kind of butts up against where they have responsibility as well.
But it's all coming from off reserve.
What we have found in the past is when we're able to locate addresses in the garbage, some of those addresses we have found are coming from the Napanee and Belleville areas. That's what we've found so far. So can I just outline what we want to do here? So we're partnered with Tyendinaga Township. In the package, you will see a letter that has been created and when we look at removing all this garbage, when we can locate addresses in the garbage, we want to send this letter out to those people. And in our partnership, if you read the letter, Tyendinaga Township is, telling them that they can issue fines. Where we do not have that ability to issue fines, but they can. So please take a look at the letter. I think it's quite pointed in that dumping at that location is not is illegal. So we have that letter, and I believe that will be sent to all the addresses we can locate that are at the dumps at that site that we can find.
And are we
The
going
second-
to charge them a fine because it's costing us money to clean up after the mess?
It would have to be issued through Tyendinaga Township.
Why?
We don't have the ability to issue fines. Not to the degree that's going to curb behavior.
We have a dumping bylaw.
Yes, we do. But it's it's about enforcement as well. So
I'd be sending them a bill. I would still prepare the bill. I don't think that these people should freeload on our resources. We have scarce resources to deal with garbage. It's grossly unfair, and it's really an affront to the dignity of our people. I'd be sending them a bill.
We have to issue the letter first to curb the behavior and then monitor it to see if we are seeing a reduction. It is a drain on our resources because there is a lot of garbage being dumped there. So the other piece to this is we're moving to asking for the road closure after the new construction site leading up to the side road there, Milltown side road. So we want to close off that section there and prevent people from driving down in there with vehicles. That's not necessarily going to impact those on motorcycles and ATVs. However, it's likely vehicles that are causing the dumping.
So how much has it cost us so far to clean up this garbage continually?
I don't have an actual amount, but our people have to go and they have gone and cleaned up the site once a few months back, and they're monitoring the site and have noticed a huge amount of dumping there. We are anticipating with the bag tags, we may see more garbage being dumped there. But we are asking at this point to move ahead with this proposal to try to curb the behavior. We would like to also look into not turning that area into more of a park-like with trails and things like that rather than a roadway.
Okay. I see, Megan, the last time they cleaned it up, the bin rental was $748.57. The roads department fuel $50 and wages $900, to a total of $1,698.57 for one cleanup.
Yeah.
So are they tracking how much it's costing us annually to keep it up?
Yes,
with
we
this?
certainly can do that, but we're first want to implement a plan, and also at the same time tracking how much garbage is after that point continues to be dumped there, and then the threat of
So-
court action by Tyendinaga
it's-
Township to try to reduce garbage going there.
Well, since we've paid the bill, and this is not off reserve, I still would send them a bill. If they don't pay it, we'll put it in small claims court. And they can explain to a judge why they feel they have the right to dump their garbage in our community.
Yep, that could be the next course of action as well. And if we, we don't see that, we continue to see addresses, and we have the ability to get the addresses.
So how many addresses do we have, Sherry? Any idea?
Right now, there's just a handful, but they haven't actually, we're waiting for approval for them to go in and start to, they're going to have to carefully go through garbage and wear proper handwear, things like that, in case there's sharps and things like that in the garbage located there. So we have to do it in a very methodical way to ensure safety. So as much as we can, they will try to locate addresses. That doesn't mean we can go through every little piece of garbage there, because there's a substantial amount of garbage there. As well as tires and industrial type waste is going there. So what we can find
Right next to the river.
right next to the river, yes.
Chris?
I'm going back to my first point, Chief. When we discussed all these sites, at that time, by the airport, the creek, there was a couple piles by this table. Since then, there are hundreds and hundreds of logs and debris and stumps, and we're very lucky we didn't have our usual flood, because you would have had hundreds of stumps all washed into the creek and all floating in the bay, which is one hell of a navigational hazard, and we would have been 100% responsible if somebody got hurt. And here we are a year later, we're still talking about the same mess. There's no reason why the cameras aren't down there, and the mess is exploding, and it's a year later, and we're still talking and talking. Why have motions to put cameras out to prevent this stuff, and then just sit back and watch the garbage?
Can we,
Chris, a
can we
camera
call up-
won't prevent.
Can we call up the camera motion, please, Shelley?
2023, there was a motion passed.
Can you read the motion, please?
To improve implementing a community outreach and education protocol on maintaining the currently active protocol for dumping waste ponds. Council will approve that recommendation, given the current successful protocol and overall community benefit with spending money that community wants. So they didn't approve to purchase cameras.
Well, we talked about cameras.
This is why it's so important not to just put suggestions forward, but make motions and direct. The council hereby directs the staff to get it done, and then that direction is clear. So,
And I want to mention that is another location that's being looked at, but this here is specifically to the Salmon Road location, which is, we're getting a lot of outside dumping happening. And we are also have our eyes on that other location by the airport to put a plan in place for that as well.
well, at the airport, there, one of our band members was bringing garbage from outside, dumping it in there.
So we're looking at, we recognize with the implementation of the bag tags that we may see more happening.
There's a motion of council that there's to be no importation of waste.
Yes.
Chris?
Just a question to Sherry. So is cameras, or are cameras going to be used in in monitoring these areas?
That's been discussed, but it's also been noted that cam- cameras won't change behavior. And we can put cameras out there, but they would be, like trail cam type cameras, which is all we can utilize at this point, which doesn't mean they're not going to be stolen, that they're going to be able to give us the information that we're looking for.
Well, cameras really, really help police catch criminals. A lot of the stuff that people are caught on camera committing offenses.
We need, if you guys want cameras put there, we can put cameras there, just, and give updates of what's happening with those cameras, but we would need that direction from council.
Are you, just another question, are you familiar with trail cameras? And the idea, in this day and age, there are trail cameras that take a picture and get sent directly back to somebody's telephone on that second. So if somebody comes along and drives into that area dumping garbage, there are pictures taken which are emailed through the internet system or through whatever system it is, and is actually linked by somebody's telephone. So they're almost on that second. So the updated cameras that they have for hunting purposes and whatever else, they're instantaneously, like, so you would know. It's not like you go there a week later and check to see what kind of whose vehicles have come into that area, or if they're dumping garbage. You'll know it right away.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you
Okay,
saying,
well, one thing I want settled here, I'd like a motion. If council wants cameras installed, I'm asking for a motion. Moved by Chris Miracle. Is there a seconder?
I just want to say something. I think if we're going to talk about putting cameras anywhere, it should be in private. So if there's people that are watching that want to dump garbage, they won't know where the cameras are.
Well, you can also secure them too. They can be secured in an area, and guys, well,
No, if they know where the camera is, they're going to avoid that area and find somewhere else to dump it.
yeah, well, we don't tell them where the camera is.
Yeah.
But there are going to be cameras. We're
About
going to
where
tell them
the
there are
public foot.
cameras in the area.
Yep.
So if you want to dump, you're going to be caught, but they might not find the camera.
I would say
We,
cameras in areas of concern.
Can we also see the recommendation, the previous recommendation that came from Megan?
If you look at the drive now, look at the briefing note that Megan provided to council on each one.
Can you read that since we don't have it in the package here? Shelley?
Okay, I see it. Yeah, several years.
I don't have it in the council binder, so can someone read it?
So from Megan Murphy on May 15th, 2023, the background says common dumping sites are currently monitored and responded to via a communication-based protocol. Dumping sites are reported to the ESS. The roads department or BPM are then asked to collect the waste and dispose of it appropriately. Do you want me to keep reading?
Yes.
Response to the dumping is dependent on occurrences being reported to the ESS, which allows for action and tracking. There has been minimal dumping reported lately, likely correlated to free waste collection. Addressing the illegal dumping is challenging due to gaps in monitoring abilities and enforcement mechanisms, outdated and ineffective bylaw, limited staff capacity, and no enforcement staff. There are currently 10 known common sites that have received waste dumping on the TMT, Old Shannonville Fairgrounds, the end of Billy Brews Road, Airport Road Alvar site, Waste Transfer Depot, Old Airport Road Corner, Beach Road Dam, Shannonville Boat Launch and Trail, Lower Slash Road, MBQ property, and Old Upper Slash Road. To monitor via trail cameras, the most viable option after research would be Spy Point cellular trail cameras with integrated solar panels, and an unlimited photo to phone transmission plan. The estimated cost would be $5,463 with a continued annual cost of $1,356. That was a year ago though, so I imagine that might not be accurate.
So let's get a current estimate, and I'll write a letter to Michael O'Byrne to see if we can get money to pay for that as well. But the motion is to get the cameras and
The recommendation was to implement a community outreach and education protocol while maintaining the current reactive protocol for dumping response.
Yeah. But
At that
I
time.
think that's good for our own members, but these people are not our members. We don't know where this garbage is coming from. Kingston and Belleville, I've heard. There was a time, Sherry, when there was this illegal dumping happened before. They had the envelope of who dumped that garbage. We sent them a bill for the cleanup, and we said, if you don't pay it, we're going to take you to court. They paid it.
Do you want to hear the considerations that were on this
Sure.
briefing note? So the considerations were, given the expanse of the area that experiences dumping, physical consistent monitoring would require significant staff capacity, as would servicing and processing information collected from inefficient trail cameras that require battery changes and SD card exchanges. The possibility of installing trail cameras as a way of monitoring has been explored, but seems infeasible given the cost, the high probability of them being stolen. The discovery of trail cameras by both sign indication and eventual community awareness is likely to lead to dumping in alternate locations and increase theft of equipment. Processing information collected from the trail cameras and responding appropriately for any enforcement to take place would require more staff capacity and correspondence than the current protocol, which prioritizes proper disposal of waste. Increased community outreach and education to highlight importance of reporting and negative implications of dumping could be more effective in reducing illegal dumping and increasing citizen monitoring. So the options were to purchase and implement and continuously monitor, service, and process photos from trail cameras. The pros were that the eyes on site that cannot be physically and continuously monitored, and it's a mechanism for reactive enforcement of illegal dumping. The cons are the increased staff capacity needed, outdated, ineffective bylaw and gaps in enforcement for follow-up action, and loss of money due to probable theft. And option 2 was implement the community outreach protocol. Pros were no need for increased staff capacity. The community MBQ and environment benefit from education. Increased citizen reporting of dumpings to appropriate MBQ staff. Time is provided for investigating enforcement gaps and updating the bylaw. And no loss of money due to theft of equipment. The cons were the inability to consistently monitor the sites. And recommendation 2, what was given at the time.
So there's 10 sites of concern.
So anyway, we don't want to show our hand to the public where these sites are. And so I guess just we're at an area of concern is how the motion would read, to put the cameras in areas of concern. But I guess, Sherry, you're going to have to determine where the most garbage is to see if we can catch the offenders. And I would publicize that if they send them a bill and they don't pay it, we're going to take them to court. I don't think if they don't care enough, when I'm done speaking, Chris, if they don't care about, I'm sure they know it's illegal. They just don't want to pay to get rid of their garbage. I don't think public education is going to appeal to people who do that. They're looking for a place to dump their garbage where they don't have to pay for it. Mm-hmm. They want to freeload on us.
I like the, sorry, go ahead, Chris, you had your hand up.
Yeah. So, Chief, I still stand by the motion. Get the trail cams and have them talk with Chris. Chris will walk them through what's needed and where. Monitoring means just keep watching it pile up year after year. I'm not going to grovel into the Indian Affairs for goddamn trail cams, Chief. Get the cameras up and Chris will show them how to operate them cost effectively.
Well, the thing about it is that there's not an unlimited pot of money either. And so we have to take it from somewhere. So if you don't want to take it from Indian Affairs, then take it from.
I'm not saying don't, but what I'm saying is we're not going to not do it because Indian Affairs might say, let's just get it done.
We'll get it done, but we'll ask for reimbursement from the department. Erin?
I think maybe we should defer, or my suggestion is to defer that until we can talk to Megan about it, because she is saying that they might not have the resources to monitor those cameras anyway, but maybe we need to review that.
We can have Megan come in if you'd like.
Yes, please, but I've already explained that what she's thinking about is the old style trail cameras that they take an SD card, you take the SD out, you take it home, plug it into your computer, and then you see the pictures. It doesn't work that way anymore. It's I don't know what it's called. It's right now, like
Live stream.
It's live streaming. Those cameras take a picture and it gets sent directly to a telephone, whoever's in charge, what should be maybe Megan. So if we set her telephone up with these particular cameras, she will, but then again, she's gonna get every car that
Movement.
drives by, every animal that walks by, they're gonna take a picture.
So
And
my
also,
only suggestion, because I understand that, and I'm not opposed necessarily to having those cameras there, but I just think that maybe we should defer it until we have some updated information on that, like how much those new cameras will cost, that kind of.
and there is you have to subscribe to the company, whatever that you pay for so many pictures taken. I guess that's what it is. Like it's like just a guess, 1,500
Well-
pictures taken on a certain amount of money, and then it costs after that.
Well, you know, in terms of crime prevention, maybe the police could fund some of this under crime prevention. We need to at least ask.
There's no hurt in asking, exactly.
Are some of these cameras GPS?
Yes.
That you can get them with GPS in them?
Yep. If somebody takes it, you could follow that camera to wherever it's going.
That's fine.
Who's taking, yeah. The cameras nowadays, they do everything. And that's today's technology.
Well, we
So I'm
have,
just suggesting deferring until we get the better information on that.
Well,
okay, Sherry's gone to get Megan, but there is a motion being moved on the floor yet. So that motion hasn't died. I'll be asking for a seconder.
we'll, to get it done, yes, absolutely. I would second the motion to get it done, but let's first find out.
Well, wait till Shelley comes back and the
Oh,
secretary's
yeah,
back.
yeah.
Okay, so Megan isn't in today, but Todd is going to join us to try and answer.
Oh, thank you,
some of your
Todd, for coming.
questions.
Good morning, Todd. Sadio ne anit squar. I can't even get
Okay.
Sorry, Chief.
Sadio ne anit squar. Good morning, Todd. Thanks for coming to council. We're discussing a number of locations where there's illegal dumping going on.
Okay.
And so there's a motion been moved and now seconded by Chris Brandt. Let's wait till we get Curtis's computer going.
I'm listening.
Hmm?
I'm listening.
You okay?
Oh,
So when Shelley gets back to her post, then we will continue. Can we look into all this equipment, Sherry, to make sure that it's functioning well, everybody's system's working well, because it disrupts our council meetings?
So we don't,
Yeah, we don't know about issues until we're actually from council, until they're here, but we can do what we can. Absolutely.
must have worked when we started the meeting. We don't have to be.
But why it stops running in the middle of a meeting is the question.
Because it's technology and it does that.
That's right.
I can't
It
don't
always
have a
breaks
magic
again
wand.
Sometimes. Kind of like my bike, I broke down 5 minutes outside from our Airbnb, and the battery broke on the inside. Like I was going along, the bike shut off, would start, would roll over. Now it's 5 minutes from the house that I was staying.
Just push it.
No,
Appreciate it. All good now, Chip?
yep. Good.
Okay, so there's a motion been moved and seconded. It was been moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt to install trail cameras at locations where dumping is a concern. The last round, I guess, on the Hinchy Road there was $1,698 total for the bin and the cleanup and the wages paid to the workers to clean that up. And according to what we've heard from the CEO, a lot of this garbage is coming from Belleville and maybe Kingston. And so some suggestions have been made to public education, a letter go out for public education, but that's to our members. If we're going to educate the greater public, that we'd have to post those in the newspapers.
And why can you not?
You can
Okay.
pay for it. That illegal dumping will be prosecuted. That's really what the message should be. I mean, these people obviously don't care. I mean, you can't tell me that they don't know that it's illegal to bring their garbage to the reserve. I mean, come on. And I don't think they would obey a letter either. They're still looking for a place to dump their garbage where they don't have to pay for it. And so I guess we've got this challenge, and so I guess the cameras are, trail cameras have been suggested as a solution.
We do have trail cameras.
Okay, but apparently there's modern, Chris says that the trail cameras.
The trail cameras that you have, are they the up-to-date ones?
Oh, as far as I know.
Because these up-to-date ones, just as soon as a picture is taken out on any of those trail cameras, it shows up on your telephone instantly.
Yep.
And those are the ones that we are, just so if somebody's coming to take a trail camera, you're gonna get a picture of who it is taking the trail camera.
Yeah.
So ideal, perfect.
Yeah, as far as I know,
Okay, Chris,
that's how
after
they work.
Chris. Yeah.
Great.
Chris?
Approximate time frame to have this done, Todd? I know you're just hearing about it now, but approximate time frames?
You give us, so right now Megan's off today, but she's in for the rest of the week. So I'm assuming that we can have it up in the next few days.
Do you have 10 of them?
So Chris, I just want to clarify.
She's bought quite a few. What, there's 10 sites?
Yeah.
Sherry after Todd.
10 sites?
Yes, it's stating 10 locations.
Okay, you'll discuss that at the administrative meeting because we don't want to identify the sites publicly, just that they're going to, in areas of concern, so Sherry's knows
I already
what they
read
are.
them.
So that's my question. You're authorizing us at all locations? Cameras?
In areas of
I-
concern, you have the administrative capacity to identify. We're not going to identify each location.
No, I'm not saying that, but
Yeah. Well, I stated before that I think we should defer this until we have all of the information, the budgetary constraints, making sure that we have the costs associated with it. So that's still my stance on that.
Yeah, we may have to purchase additional. I think we've got 3 on hand.
yeah, that wouldn't be enough.
We have 3 on hand already?
Yes.
So they were purchased.
3 were.
Yeah, but not for 10
Not for
sites
this,
though.
right?
Go ahead.
So Todd,
Yes.
have Megan work closely with Chris. He knows this stuff inside and out,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
Yeah.
we can. Yeah, absolutely.
So any of the motions is to do it, then I guess we'll bring back a report to the council what their cost, but I think the council wanted at least some of these major locations where it's costing us a lot of money and it's reoccurring. And I'd like to see a cost on has it cost the band to clean up these sites, or is there still garbage just sitting there? I'd like an inspection done and a report brought to council on where these sites are, I'd like some photographs taken, and what's the likely cost to clean it up. I'd like a letter to go to Michael O'Byrne to ask for some money to cover that. But that's not to delay getting the work done.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, wow. That's going to take me a little longer than 2 days.
Okay.
So,
Like an estimated
That's
cost.
quite a
It
list.
doesn't have to be right to the penny, Todd, an estimated cost.
no, understood.
As long as it gets done.
Yeah,
That's all.
no, absolutely.
Now, the other thing I was concerned about with the logs, and I've driven by at the airport there, these wood ticks, carry Lyme disease. Is it a good idea for health and safety to have those logs just sitting there rotting? Or is that a source of wood ticks? Because
He's
people hunt
talking-
over there.
He's talking about the airport location where Chris was saying that there's
At the
a,
depot?
near the depot in the river area
On the
there.
east side.
Oh, on the
stream?
east side, okay.
Where everybody's been dumping the limbs and branches and everything, stumps, whatever.
Right, okay.
No, yesterday, we cleaned up the Christchurch Cemetery. There was tons of brush in there. We just cut it up and burnt it.
Okay.
Apparently people have been taking that debris to that location.
Okay,
Is that
so you
been
want it
posted?
cleaned up? We can get it
Well,
cleaned
I
up.
clean it up or mulch it or burn it or do something
Okay.
with it because
Yeah.
the wood tick issue, that's a health issue.
Okay, we can come up with a plan for that.
That's, yeah, burning
If you're going to take it away, then I guess give me a cost and all.
Well,
Nothing to catch on.
it would have to be broken down and burnt. That would, at the location.
And I guess
But
the-
instead of burning it, could we put it out that people can take it if they want for firewood? Would it be okay for that?
Well, if it's there, people know it's there.
That's why they're bringing it.
Did they know that they're allowed to take it though? I thought we brought it there.
the concern, I guess, that Chris Miracle has raised, Todd, is that at council, is if there was, that area had flooded, a lot of that stuff would have went into the river, into the bay, and created
Okay.
an issue, a liability for the band.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the other health issue is that rotting wood is a place where wood ticks are. And wood ticks they carry Lyme disease.
Okay, understood.
And then there's hunters over there.
Well, let me get a handle on the volume there and we'll come up with a plan
Okay,
to
that's
clean it
good.
up.
And there's some big logs at the back of Christchurch Cemetery that have been there now, laying there for years.
At Christchurch?
And the northeast corner, they can be taken out of there.
Right at the end of the road.
Okay.
Okay, Chris, did you have your hand up?
I was gonna say, Todd, you might want to put up a no dumping sign there because it's kind of like everyone thinks it's now the new dumping area.
For that particular kind of brush,
Yeah.
yes.
If what's happening, then they're driving
Some
in a
days.
bit further, then that's where the toilets and the household garbage is going, just in amongst the cedars.
Okay.
Oh, it's
Not
hidden.
just the wood.
It's
Toilet.
hidden in the back.
The garbage that's being dumped, garbage.
I've heard these complaints, and I drove back in there and I went around to see what they must have cleaned it up because I couldn't find garbage. I was told there was a lot of household garbage dumped in there.
And I know they had put barriers up in that kind of trail that would give them access. I know that barriers were put up, but
Okay.
Well, maybe
Is
we
this-
took to the, I don't know, there's a culvert or dirt or something posted in there so people can drive down in there, which to me, I think we can take that out of there because we don't want people driving down in there with their garbage.
Okay. Let me get a handle on it.
Okay. Because we own that property there, Todd, on the north side of the road where that's all being dumped.
Okay,
And
understood.
we have no idea where it's coming from, and I guess, other than it's coming, I guess from what I've heard this morning, a lot of it's coming from off the reserve, Belleville and Kingston area, and I guess, and I'm strongly recommending that administratively, that we send, if we know who it is, whose garbage it is, we send them a bill.
Chief, that's a totally separate location than these other
Yeah, I know,
locations.
but I'm just saying generally, Sherry, if we know where the garbage is coming from, they're gonna get a bill.
Yeah, so we're looking for support to move ahead with the plan for the Salmon River location. And if you can take a look at the letter that we are going to be sending out in
Okay, just review what it is, so because we have people listening online, Sherry.
in support of Tyendinaga Township. So they're stating prohibited under the Municipal Act of 2000, Section 77(1). Any person who contravenes that section is guilty of an offense, and upon a first conviction is liable to a fine of not more than $10,000 and $25,000 for any subsequent conviction, except that where a corporation is convicted of an offense, the maximum penalty shall be $50,000 for the first conviction and $100,000 for any subsequent conviction. So we're utilizing the legal framework from the township.
Okay, but the problem that you're gonna have is where the garbage is being dumped. If it's dumped off reserve, then their bylaw applies. If it's dumped on the reserve, their bylaw does not apply to on reserve property.
This is to be a deterrent.
And that will be a defense that they're gonna use, that this bylaw is not applicable because it's on reserve.
Yeah, so we just are looking for approval to send this letter out to
Yeah.
any addresses we locate that are off reserve.
Okay,
I
yeah.
agree with what you've put forward. I'd make that motion.
Okay. So a few years ago, council, the Indian Affairs wanted to amend the Indian Act to create a $300,000 fine for illegal dumping on the reserve, which I agree with. Many chiefs didn't agree with it. They felt it was infringing on their sovereignty and jurisdiction. So the only place that those laws can be enforced is if it's in the Crown law, because then the police are required to enforce the Crown's laws. Right now, at this stage, they're not required to enforce the band's bylaws. And so we have a lack of enforcement mechanism. The band could hire a bylaw enforcement officer to lay charges under those things, but then we need a court to hear them. And neither the federal, because it's on federal reserve, the federal crown attorney won't prosecute those cases, and neither will anyone from the Attorney General of Ontario prosecute those cases. So we don't have a court to take it to. So this is the frustration with community laws. It frustrates the police in doing their job. If these bylaws were in place, the police are quite, if there was an enforcement mechanism, then the police would be quite happy to enforce the bylaws. I've spoken to the police about it. This is why this lack of enforcement and lack of court system and lack of prosecution, this is why on May the 6th, the Chiefs of Ontario initiated they're starting a class action lawsuit against both Ontario and Canada because of this deficiency. No place is supposed to be devoid of law, but when you have no enforcement mechanism and no court to take it to, then it creates a void in law. So this is what they're trying to correct. There was a justice committee, which Stacia Locke, former counselor, sat on, and as her role as deputy grand chief, and the government stopped meeting about this whole issue, this whole lack of enforcement issue. So anyway, so we should be getting an update from Jackie Lombardi, the justice staff at the Chiefs of Ontario, on where that's at. Probably when we have our Chiefs meeting. So, so the only way we can do it is to lay a charge and have private prosecution, which we'd have to hire a lawyer if we knew it was then to take it to court under a private prosecution, but that can be very costly.
Well, I agree with the letter as a way of deterring the future.
Yeah.
Whether we can actually find them or not, whether the township finds them or not, whether it's on reserve or off reserve. If I get a letter saying I'm going to get a $10,000 fine if I do it again, I ain't going to do it again.
It's a deterrent.
So we
In
just sent them the
addition-
bill. We just sent them the bill. This is what it costs us to clean up. You are required to pay that to clean up your mess. And if you don't pay it, then we're taking you to small claims court.
In addition, we would like to move to closing that road off to vehicles. So that's all part of
So
this
you're going to go to the
package.
end of like where the houses are? Or?
Right after the
didn't-
construction site in Shannonville, right after that, right up to almost to Milltown.
Will
Yeah,
that
'cause
closure
there's
part
houses in
come
there, so-
Yeah.
after?
In between where there's
Okay,
no
well, there's no-
houses.
Okay, so there are houses in Hinchy Lane. Can they come in from the Milltown Road? From the east?
That's what we're trying to
Yeah.
close off,
Yeah, they can.
They can?
right by the bridge. As you cross the bridge and go across, that's Salmon River Road. And it's right after the houses in that area
And
that
that's a
we
public
want to.
road.
Yes, and we want to close that off to vehicles in combination with the township, because that also kind of butts up against where they are, right up to Shannonville before the site where the building site is.
Okay, so the reserve boundary doesn't go down that far.
We realize that. That's why we're in partnership with the
Yeah.
township, because they are in agreement and they are also willing to assist in some of that cleanup.
So then the entrance would be through the reserve then?
Either side, that's why we're moving to close both ends.
Then the people that live down in there, like
It's going to be closed
It's-
so that people that live there
Pierre
still gonna have
Fuller
access.
lives down in there,
We're closing it after the houses,
after the houses. Okay. That'll work.
We're moving to closing that off, getting rid of the garbage, collecting addresses where it's available, sending these letters out. We can put up the trail cams as well. And then monitoring, seeing if we're seeing any reduction or, people still going up and dumping.
And I would suggest, Sherry, that when we get the letters ready, we'll have the police deliver them.
Yeah, well, Tyendinaga Township has a little more available to them. They can actually, if we are able to get plates, they can issue these fines just through those plates that we catch on the cameras. So they have a little more access to ability to proceed with any type of,
Exactly, but do they have the budget to pay for it? They're probably more lacking than we are.
well, that's why we're partnering with
Yeah,
them.
okay.
It's a combined effort to try to reduce the waste going into that location.
Okay.
And they're supportive of actually closing that off and turning it into walking trails and more of a, it's right along the river. It's a beautiful spot. And it lends nicely to the TTO, the cultural school development, to make it more of a park-like setting.
Well, I'd second Aaron's motion to, as recommended.
Thank you. With the addition of cameras at that location, is that what you're approving? Okay.
Well, yeah. Sorry, just think it should say that within feasibility, like when Todd lets us know that it's in his budget and they can do it.
Okay.
So there's a motion then to install these trail cameras and to close the road, Salmon River Road, at just beyond the houses.
Mm-hmm.
Is that part of your motion, Chris?
Oh, I know nothing about road closures, chief. I just want the cameras a year ago.
Okay, then.
I don't know, might be issues with access and housing and.
No, they're not going to shut anybody in. They'll just have one way in and one way out, right?
No way in. The closure of the road will be after the houses, so it won't impact those houses.
It's not going to impact the houses. It's part of the road that's not, it's not going to affect their getting in.
You're just creating a dead end on two different ends.
That's right.
It just won't be a throughway anymore.
That's right.
breaks.
It's not going to be a thoroughfare road.
Yeah, I'm not a health and safety emergency access kind of guy, so I want my motion.
Still in and still out, doesn't matter. If it's a dead end road one way, there's still access in or.
And issuing the letters to addresses
Okay,
we are
and
able to locate.
I would presume then that the township have consulted the fire department,
Yes.
other emergency vehicles, there's no issue there?
We met with the township and that was discussed and felt that this action would be supported on their end as well.
So I guess are you just making your motion just for the trail cameras alone, and nothing else, Chris?
That can be a second motion.
I know it can, but what's your motion, just the trail cameras
Get the
alone?
trail cameras out to the sites that we have identified and have Councilor Chris Grant work hand in hand and show them which cameras to be bought.
Okay, that's a different motion then.
I think they're aware of that. Megan's pretty up to date on her outdoors and she knows all about what trail cameras work and, and everybody knows it. If, it's not a big thing, but the trail cameras should get in today's day and age are so much higher
Yeah,
technology.
Todd will assess to make sure that, as
Yeah.
well, that
He
everything's
knows
up to date.
Yeah.
Thank you. They do.
Okay. And if you need to consult Chris, then he's available, okay?
Absolutely.
So that's motion one, but our staff are quite aware of what they need to do. Okay, that motion one is just to install the trail cameras, and Chris will be available for consultation if need be. To make sure that we've got the most modern ones.
And have Megan look into something.
And I guess the other question I have, Todd, if these photos can be sent to somebody, can it be sent to the police at the same time?
I'm not sure, chief, but we can look into it.
Because obviously they would be the ones that should intervene if there's something like that going on.
Usually one recipient, one telephone number.
Just one?
And also there are something's called a bear box. Bears can't take the camera off the trees. So for somebody to take these cameras is
Okay.
it's gonna take a lot. So anyway,
Don't give any indication at a public meeting where these cameras might be installed.
The other
Areas of concern.
The other thing is with that being a construction site in Shannonville, where we're building the TTO center, there is security in that area because it is a construction site.
Okay.
Who may be able to tell us when vehicles are coming in and out and send a note
Okay, then.
or send a message to the police to investigate. I mean, that's another option we have while the construction is underway.
Okay. So anyway, the police can handle all of that. We don't have to map out all the details. Just request them to follow up, let them know there's security cameras there. And maybe somebody's got to do a daily check to see if there's more, when you clean it up, if more cars come, then look at the vehicles that are coming in and out.
Yes, we will be monitoring once we put this in place to see if it reduces the garbage going in there.
Okay. All right. Now, so that motion is just to install the trail cameras. It's been moved by Chris Miracle and seconded by Chris Brandt. Is anyone opposed?
I would just like it to, as I stated before.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
Sorry, I just would like it to include that I think that we should get the information before we proceed with everything.
Okay, but they're
So no.
saying the motion is to go ahead and get it done regardless of what the cost is.
No, I don't agree then.
Okay. One opposition? Here, do you want your vote recorded?
Yes, please.
One recorded opposed,
I'm not opposed to cameras, but I think we need to get the information ahead of time.
and the reason being is need the cost estimate first.
Yeah, and we have to look at budgets where we're gonna get this
Yep.
money from.
So is anybody else opposed? If not, anybody opposed? Any abstentions? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Now, the second request from the CEO was to close the road at to create two dead ends. It will not affect the ingress or egress of the houses on that road, or the people that live on that road. Is there a mover to close the road, the Salmon River Road?
I move to accept this motion that is put forward by Sherry.
And that was the request was to close the road.
Close the road and use that letter as a
You have to speak into the mic.
it was to close the road and use that letter as a
Deterrent?
deterrent.
And use the letter. Okay, that's fine. Is that your motion, Aaron?
As proposed, yes.
Okay. So the road will be closed and the letter will be used as a deterrent. Is there a seconder for that motion? Curtis?
Worry did. Yeah, I thought you would.
Oh, did you second it, Warren?
Yeah.
Okay, it was moved by Aaron and seconded by Agwari. Is anyone opposed? Is anyone opposed? Are there any abstentions? Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Todd.
Oh, Todd, there was one other concern. While we were cleaning up the cemetery, Junior Coon came by, and there are people taking large quantities of water from the spigot. And there's a farmer there's down the other side of Napanee, him and his whole family. There's the father, the person that lives in it, their son and grandson. And Sam Miracle may have some other additions and other information about it. And so I'll talk to you later about it and you can follow up.
Okay, thanks, Chief. I
Because-
saw your email.
Because we're paying for that water, so I guess whenever they go by Junior's house with the water, they toot the horn to let them see, so they know they're going by with more water. I don't care what you think.
Oh, good.
And I
grief.
guess Sam Miracle that lives across the road has said it's for band members, but there's a lot of people coming to get water. So we pay for that water when it comes across the border,
We do.
and so that affects our bill.
Oh, understood. Yep.
thanks, Todd.
I suppose maybe the motto is why pay for it when you can go to the reason and get it for free. So Paul Tracy Lewis, a member of Mohawk Bay Quincy, a status number requesting a signed letter by the chief confirming he's a hunter and from our community who hunts for sustenance purposes. And it's recommended the council approve the request of Paul Tracy and the chief to sign the letter. Is there a motion to do this?
To hunt where?
It's
Well,
just to get his pal.
He's a band member.
To
So then
renew
it's-
his PAL,
Yeah,
which expires in, oh yeah, absolutely.
It expires in November this
Yes,
year.
of this year.
I'll move that, chief.
Lou Wari,
I'll second that.
Chris Brandt. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. Rebecca Bartlett. Pride article, Anna Freyberg from the Bay of Quinte Regional Marketing Board is putting together a Pride blog post going over the events taking place in Napanee, the Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory, Belleville, and Brighton, and Anna is hoping to interview a member of the Tyendinaga Pride Committee, which is currently comprised solely of MBQ staff. There is an existing motion that only allows the chief to speak to the media inquiries. To allow Anna Freyberg to interview Brandon Arnold, Indigenous Community Wellness Support Worker, Good Minds, who is the lead for the Tyendinaga Pride. The interview could be either over the phone or use a text story or answer via email, and the article would help promote activities taking place throughout June for Pride Month. Is there a motion to approve this request?
I'll motion.
Is there a seconder?
I'll second it, chief.
Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. The next item is Hydro One Community Investment Grant Interactive. I think that should be walking trail.
Yeah, that's right.
Just notice this, just change wheeling to walking trail. The Tyendinaga Mohawk Council approved to sign the letter of agreement with Hydro One Community Investment Grant for $25,000 for the interactive walking trail. And where is this going to be located?
I was looking, do you know where that would be located, Angela? I can,
Call Susan?
no, I can get Rebecca. I'll get Rebecca.
Would she know?
And,
So while we're waiting for Rebecca, just tell us where the walking trail is going to be. Is this council, is there a motion to approve to apply for the grant?
We've already,
Is that
we just gotta accept it. We've already, yeah. We've already been selected to receive it. We just gotta acknowledge it or accept it.
Yep.
accepting $25,000. Does it say how long the walking trail is gonna be? And, I guess will we be responsible for the upkeep on the walking trail? The pruning of the trees and all of the maintenance that goes over, so if you have a 5-kilometer walking trail, well, then we're also responsible down the line for the upkeep for
Yeah,
the walking trail.
we are responsible for all band property.
So that's
Once
a
it
question.
becomes banned property, then
Right.
people that get injured on banned property, the band is liable.
So Rebecca can tell us where the trail's
Where's the trail
located.
going to be?
So I was speaking to Emma at a different meeting a couple weeks ago, and my understanding is the trail is from the Powwow Park, sort of what goes back into the Christchurch Cemetery. She's received some funding to
Improve that.
improve the trail, and she's like, you know, those ellipticals and stuff, like workout equipment that you can do outside. So it's a project like that.
Yeah. Do you know the other thing because I was involved and Chris was involved when we created that trail, we got some corporate donations. That's how that trail got built there, to provide a safe place primarily for the elders at the elders lodge, so they wouldn't have to walk on the road because there were narrow shoulders and high volume of traffic. And so people do use that trail. There needs to be some place, a garbage can that gets emptied regularly. I know there was one at the church, and it was right full of garbage and dog poop and everything else. It was just right full, so that got cleaned up by our volunteers actually. And so then that bin was taken out of there, but it was just a lack of maintenance. And the trails hasn't had any maintenance on it since it was constructed. And so, but we are responsible for it, but it does get quite a bit of use, and I think it'll be a good thing. But the other thing I thought, when I was down that way, that's good soil there. You know, we should have a community garden down there to grow some food. You know, all you'd have to do is work up that land, and you could plant potatoes and carrots and vegetables and stuff, and maybe hire some students to look after it. Chris?
Has anybody been, like, I mean, have you physically walked down that trail?
So that actually
Lately?
wasn't my agenda item. I was the one before that. So I'm not super familiar with the project, only the location of where.
And now the reason why I'm asking, if this walking trail is where I think it is, I don't think it's a walking trail anymore. The four-wheelers, the ATVs, the side-by-side use that particular area all the time. And it's going from behind the Christ Church down through the south side of the woods. It goes down and around, and it's quite a mess. Like the four-wheelers, the side-by-sides have big mud ruts through there. So if somebody has walked that particular trail, and says it's good, then it must be in a place where I'm thinking different.
There is a sign there, if anybody cares to read the sign and follow any laws here, there is a sign that no motorized vehicles.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's just a question of, has anybody walked down there on that particular trail?
I have.
I'd like to. Yesterday, and then the walking trail is still walking trail? No site, but okay.
In the
So-
springtime, it's rutted because they have to go so fast through there, and actually there's a sign that says no motorized vehicles.
It does. So what they had brought up between the Parks and Rec Committee, they were talking about this like a month ago. So when that trail was put in, what they were going to do at one time was they were going to put posts there, okay, so that you couldn't fit a vehicle down through there. A wheelchair, yes, okay, or electric scooter, what, you know what I mean, like wheelchairs, whatever, like if people want to use that. They were going to put them at the end so they couldn't go down through there. So what they are doing now, as we were just looking at yesterday, is they're cutting up and then cutting up through Troy's, is what they were doing.
Okay, because I haven't, honestly, I haven't walked the walking trail.
We were
But
just there yesterday, so
Okay, good.
it still is, okay.
It's good.
But Emma applied for this in GA, so she's just trying to enhance it.
Yeah,
But
that's what
we-
this
we can
request
also
is.
address the concerns like that,
And
like we said, about them not getting a bike down
Yeah,
right through
and
there.
I've asked somebody to get, some of that loose fine gravel just to keep it up. But, and to do the brushing along the side. Chris?
So the interpretive signs that are there, they're old. Anyways, the paint is all flaking off the background, so it's really hard to read. As part of this project, if you guys can't finance it, we should be getting them tuned up.
Or new ones.
The signs, interpretive signs, they should be tuned up.
Yeah, this request is for the funding to do that, to put
And some of the trees,
nature.
some of the trees over in the Karen site need some trimming. They're just going wild.
She has
All they're
put
asking for
in
is
her,
approval to accept the grant.
yeah, they put in their project description, they put in the information of what it would be. They want to develop the trail to make it more accessible, as well as more interactive. They'll have stoppage points throughout that will incorporate various exercises, Tyendinaga folklore stories, and nature identification signage. Furthermore, they'd like to incorporate the Mohawk language into the signage, and it would translate from English to Mohawk. So, for example, it says a sign identifying a pine tree would be labeled in Mohawk.
So the updating in those signs is part of this project.
And they want to make it more accessible by having minimum clear widths of 1,000 millimeters to ensure room for mobility, service animals, leveling uneven terrain, establishing boardwalks for specific areas, and installing benches for resting.
Thank you. So that actually addresses the concerns you've raised here.
Make sure you bolt the benches down because they seal the benches.
Okay. Bolt the benches down. Yes, Chris.
So Emma's the lead, so you're kind of stuck in the middle of all this.
Yeah.
Can we please ensure they reach out to some of the elders at the lodge? They use it every day and they've made some suggestions regarding that area.
Some consultation with the
Kimberly
elders.
Jensen is one, but they use it every single day and they have some ideas.
That's good.
And if I'm remembering correctly, I do believe they've been working with home and community care. So hopefully that's part of the consultation process, but I can definitely pass that along to Emma.
Yeah, that was the second item, because they were busing our elders to Belleville to walk a shore
Yep,
right there.
exactly. They were, still are.
Yeah, so if we can make something
Yeah.
enhanced here, it's nice.
If they tarred and chipped it too, that would help make a smoother surface than gravel.
I could pass that along for sure.
Okay.
Motion to that one, Jake?
Well, I guess get a cost first, what it would cost us. Anyway, with the motions to sign the agreement to get the money from Hydro One, we need to put this in our minutes, so who will move?
I'll move it.
Obari?
I'll second, Chief.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But that whole area of the reserve is steeped in history.
So I think it's a good community plan to turn some of our areas into more nature walkways and things like that to balance off the housing, the infrastructure, and preserve some of those areas.
Okay. Number 8 is the Ministry of the Attorney General Agreement for Indigenous Victim Services Program, $158,748.
I'll move.
5-year agreement moved by Chris Miracle.
I'll second that, Chief.
Anybody opposed? Anybody opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried. The on-reserve mortgage program, you have a report dated April 2024 from the Cecil, our Director of Finance. So currently we have, at the end of April, we have 118 active loans totaling $13,478 and $548, pardon me, $13,478,548.64. In the old housing program, before we had the market-based housing, there's still 8 mortgages under that program with no payouts. Total balance at the end of the month is $235,425.45. The new housing program, revolving with the credit limit of $23 million, currently has 110 mortgages. 1 new mortgage advanced last month. The total balance at the end of the month is $16,900,000. $848,185.80. The report shows 3 mortgages in arrears. One member is $3,606.50 behind. The second member is $480.04 behind. The third member is $3,024.72, and the fourth member is $433.97. So there's a couple of late payments probably. How are we addressing these other 2 ones that are arrears are being addressed by our housing staff?
The
Sherry?
action is
Action
below.
taken by staff is the next section of this.
Do you want to present that, Sherry, what action is taken by staff?
On January 12th of 2024, our housing workers spoke member, the resident of the home, and partner of the member. And they discussed refinancing, which isn't an option due to the arrears. She advised that she has tried to access OW assistance, but it hasn't worked out so far. On May 6th and 7th, home number is consistently busy and have not been able to get through. On May 7th, they've left VM for voicemail for one of the members. Action taken by staff on May 6th, left voicemail and an email. Confirmed with Ashley she has reached out to the bank to follow up on other 2 small arrears. As often, these single missed payments are a simple issue with their bank and have been resolved quickly. So it's really the 2 larger amounts that the department's been reaching out to them consistently and leaving voicemail and messages. So we're kind of trying to get contact with them at this
Well, I'd
point.
write them a letter saying not answering the phone is not a solution.
Yeah,
And-
no,
and
that would be
ask-
next
Ask them to
steps.
set up an appointment to come in and meet with our staff in the bank to see what can be worked out.
Yeah. So that would be next steps.
And we need to know the reason why they're in arrears. Chris,
Wasn't this file foreclosed upon about 6 months ago?
we paid out 1.
This isn't the one?
No, it isn't.
No, these are different ones.
Okay. Because there's no real action. We reached out, but
The next step now is we have to give time, and then the next step will be to do a written request to meet, as Chief has said. And then we have to make a decision if we still can't reach them,
So have
how we
they-
want to proceed.
They should also meet with Sam about TSF.
Yeah, if that is the case.
But there has to be a valid reason why they're behind. I don't know what the reason is.
We don't know because we haven't been able to make
I guess
contact.
what, so to tally up that amount of arrears, that would have been arrears for several months payments. And has there been consistent follow-up for several months and they just don't answer the phone or respond?
Since January, yes.
Okay. I think there needs to be a registered letter sent that they have to come in and meet.
Mhm.
And let them know the number of times that we've tried to reach them. Have there been letters sent? Or just phone calls?
Not to my knowledge at this point yet.
Okay, then I'd send them a registered letter then. And if not, then the foreclosure will happen if we have to pay this loan out.
So notice of foreclosure right away. I mean, after a registered
Well,
letter, we need to.
I would send them a notice and they have to come in if they meet this and we're going to proceed with foreclosure.
Maybe
Yeah.
there's another update on this same thing in private, so maybe we can chat
Yeah, okay.
about that more in the private.
Okay.
We just need a motion that to acknowledge you've been informed.
Of the mortgage program for April
But for the-
2024.
99% of it is working out well.
Yeah.
I'll make the motion, Chief.
Out of 118 mortgages, this is pretty good.
Okay, it's almost 100%
I'll
success.
second it.
Thank you. Motion is carried. It's 11:09. Does we need to take a break for 5 minutes or so? Thank you. for Angela to come back.
Just waiting for Andrew.
You
What was
said it
the
was
weather?
hot, eh?
The hottest.
Okay, the council meeting is now back in session, and we are on number 10. Derek Wong invoice, 87. Derek invoice $7,000 and $9,100. And the amount was $16,100 for a long-term care agreement and various economic development ventures. Do we know which invoice belongs to which here?
They're in
It's
the,
one invoice.
They're in the private.
It's one invoice, chief.
Oh, it's one invoice, okay. Motion to pay these invoices.
All motion.
Aaron? Is there a seconder?
I'll second you.
Curtis? Anyone opposed?
Question, Chief, the invoices are in our drive?
Yeah, they're in
I believe
they're
so.
under the
Yeah.
private part.
Thank
They're
you.
always in the private.
Thank you.
That we have to discuss them in private because it's legal. Okay. The Hicks Morley invoice, the total amount is $22,466. It relates to legal matters relating to employment matters. Motion to pay,
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Ogwari and Aaron. Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried. Now, this motion has already been paid, and so there was a misunderstanding between Sarah Mainville, and so she's going to issue a credit for this invoice because this invoice was already paid on May the 16th. So it was
No. This is another invoice. The reason it was directed to be paid is because we were closing our books and it was a last
Okay.
year's invoice.
Okay, the invoice
So-
number was the same. I looked at the invoice number.
Chief,
and
it's been paid because the books were closing.
I get that.
It's
And
not the same invoice. There's two separate months of this issue being
both
invoiced.
with the same invoice number?
No,
Well, there's only one invoice number,
there's two invoices.
and they both
The
have the
one
same.
that was on last month or
They
last
both, but they
agenda. Again.
they both have the same invoice number. Lisa and I straightened this out with Sarah.
Okay.
And just so anyway, there was work that she did that was not asked for. And so she's going to issue a credit, and that credit will be applied to any future work that we're going to have. So there's already an email coming from Sarah about that.
Okay.
Because I noticed the invoice number was the same and they're two different amounts. And so I phoned her about it and she said I said, you were not asked to amend our cannabis bylaw. We just simply wanted information about these new agreements. So she was supposed to call those other chiefs to see if they would release their agreement with us so we could look at it. So she apologized for the misunderstanding, and so there will be a credit coming back through.
So this $3,163 is not,
She's going to adjust the bill, but in the form of a credit.
okay,
So Lisa's aware of it, that there'll be an email.
all right.
But because it was paid on May 6th to close the books, it still has to be put in our motion to pay it. Because it's already been sent out because they were closing the books to facilitate
So we
the
need to
audit.
pay it and then receive the credit later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, Chief.
Curtis,
I'll second it.
Aaron, Motion carried. The JFK Law invoice relates to Forester's Island, $520. Motion to pay.
That's Miller Thompson.
Miller
Make the
Thompson,
motion.
yes.
I'll make the motion.
Oguari, is there a
I'll
second?
second that, Chief.
Chris Brandt. I did ask Sheree if the, Sheree Brandt, if the foresters was going to pay for the environmental assessment. She said they might ask that it'd be cost shared, but I haven't heard anything back from her yet.
Yeah, Lisa gave me an update. Apparently, the lawyers have been reaching out to them quite consistently, to the foresters, and haven't heard a response back from them yet. We continue to follow up on
Okay.
it.
It's been moved by Oguari and seconded by Chris Brandt to pay the invoice. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried. Alan Pratt invoice,
I'll make the motion, Chief.
$15,982 relates to the Culberson issue. Moved by Oguari to pay
I'll
it.
second it, Chief.
And Curtis. Is anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion's carried. The ISC COVID funding report. I reviewed this report and I did have a conversation with Susan Barberstock to see if all the money had been spent. She said it was. They said it's all, we have invoices that have all been paid, and she said she's provided $23,000 to Todd to pay for the bay design for the new ambulance, for the ambulance services. And the invoice has not come in from the architect. And so Peter was trying to reach the architect last week to get this straightened out. And Todd said he would follow up on it today because, so Sherry, is that too late now because of the closure of the books on May the 17th?
I'm waiting to hear how they respond to Peter on that. I can't say at this point.
Well, I think Peter must have lost sight that we were closing the books on May the 17th. So all invoices, the staff were asked to get all invoices in so they could close out all year to facilitate the audit. And so this is one outstanding item that needs to be
Yes.
followed up, and Todd's looking after it.
And I've made Cecil aware of that this issue is outstanding yet, so.
Because otherwise, if you don't use the funds, then there will be a recoverable surplus of that $23,000 from the department. So it's very critical that that gets looked after right away.
Yeah.
So you just need a motion to acknowledge its report?
Yes,
I'll make the motion.
Aaron, is there a seconder?
I'll second, Chief.
Oguari? And so if you get that invoice, then all of it, there'll be no surplus recovery from COVID. And on that note there, Sherry, have the invoices have all been provided to Cecil so she can facilitate the audit? Is that, there's any else, do you follow up with the directors to see if they've got all their invoicing done?
We will
Or
be
Angela?
meeting with the directors tomorrow, and for which we're going to be addressing that to making sure that all of the invoices have been submitted. I am moving forward with putting in place any invoices that any managers or supervisors receive in their directorates must submit those invoices within 7 days of receipt so they can get paid quickly.
Good.
So I'm moving forward with that direction. I've already given it through email, but I am going to give it verbally during the meeting tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, I will be following up with the directors to ensuring in future that all money is spent and invoices put in before to close off year end in a timely fashion to prevent delays in our audits.
Okay, now should Tom come in for this next item?
This is a cash flow.
It's from
This is
Cecil.
actually it's Cecil who looks after the cash flows for mortgages and.
I see, okay,
And that's what this is about. So if you would like to have her come in, I can have her come
sure.
in.
Is there more information on this similar one though with the more details in it private? So maybe we'll call her
There
in
is more
private?
detail in private, yes.
Let's
Yeah,
call her in then.
As
Coloring
long as we're
now?
not, as
No,
long as,
then.
okay, so go ahead, Aaron.
No, I just meant let's call her in when we are in private because there is more detail.
Yeah. We are accountable to the members in a general way about the housing money that's available. We don't release names or arrears or nothing like who or anybody in default, but generally what's in the account, how many mortgages there are, that kind of information is public.
Yep, and that's what this report covers.
When you're getting into details about who's behind and what you're going to do, well, that is in camera.
Then maybe we should have her in now.
Yeah, just to go over the report, this is what the overview of what the cash flows look like. Yeah, when we're in the in-camera part. We'll finish the public agenda, then those items are in camera. So for the people that are listening online, we have before the council a 2024-25 revolving mortgage program allocation and selections required, the approval of council, and to approve the housing cash flow to confirm the total funds that can be provided in 2024-25. And of course, whose approval will go into private minutes. Each mortgage is issued at an interest rate of 6%, but averages to 4.5 considering the December month incentive program being offered to eligible members. MBQ's current 5-year special rate is 5.59%. In comparison, their 3-year, including the discount for MBQ members, is 6.45%. Our rates include your discount, range from 6.24 to 7.34%, depending on the term. Based on the cash flow working for the fiscal year, available funds are determined after reviewing all the operation expenses required for the accounting fiscal year 24-25. Estimating the total payout amount to be dispersed for the new construction based on application received and eligibility approval. Projected cash flow for 24 is to be discussed. The attached cash flow has been confirmed to sustainability fund of $3,880,324 in overall lending. This includes $3,284,324 for new construction and purchase of new homes and $600,000 for renovations. That's your budget. As of March 31st, a total of 245 mortgages have been issued, totaling $22,887,250.45. This is the MBQ mortgage program. The Bank of Montreal mortgage guarantee program as of March 31st is $13,440,959.86. And there are 118 mortgages there with the Bank of Montreal. The percentage of contribution from different sources of the total cash flow revenue, Indigenous Services Canada provides $359,399, which is 9% of the budget. CMHC provides $283,868, which is 7% of the budget. Mortgage and interest and bank interest is $1,575,000, which provides 42% of the budget. Rental income is $1,283,720, which provides 34% of the budget. Other internal revenue transfer, $288,460.33 provides 88% of the budget, and that makes up the 100% of the 3.7 million available. So there's just a flow chart to show you where the money comes from, a chart there. And so for operating costs for various housing, rental, and administration is 36%. And that covers like the I guess the upkeep on, what is it, 220 houses now, Sherry?
Cecil, is that for the 220 houses, the
Yes,
36%?
yes, 36%.
What's the exact number that we have? Is it 220 or 230? I know we're building some all the
So
time.
as of now, like you're asking in regards to the mortgages total,
No, how many houses, how many van rentals do we have?
that would be 230.
230? Okay,
Yeah.
it's 230 now. The new mortgage and arrears renovation accounts for 58% of the program, and housing contribution, other projects, 6%. Please find attached detailed working project cash flow 2024. Sources and assumptions used to do the working are taking into consideration the following. All revenues are as per the projected revenue budget 24-25 submitted by the housing director. All expenses are as projected reviewed budget 2024-25 submitted by the housing director. Anticipated new construction is $3,280,324 and $600,000 for renovations. It results in a positive cash flow projection for 24-25. Options. Acknowledge the cash flow working shared and approved mortgage to be issued to the community for 24-25. This will provide more housing to community members. It will bring revenue to housing department through interest, and it could be used for other community projects and building more affordable houses in the community. New construction brings more job opportunity to the community. This leads to more expanded our MBQ in-house mortgage revolving program and decreases the dependency on the Bank of Montreal mortgage program. Option 2, do not approve the issue of the mortgages for this fiscal year. This will not provide housing for the community. This will not bring more revenue to the housing department through interest and future community projects and can lead to a burden on the open LP funding. Recommendations: approve the cash flow in the amount of $3,280,324 for new construction and a $600,000 renovation budget. Now, discussion. Are there any questions from the council about the report? Chris?
This reflects the increased mortgage amount, right? Individuals, the mortgage amount I can borrow is,
So the maximum that was approved as of last was 325,000. 25,000. That's what we are at now.
So this will be about 10 new mortgages, right?
Yeah,
Cecil?
like maximum is that much.
If the people
Give
need the
me-
maximum.
It was-
Actually, I see, so I
It's
recalled 345.
Oh yeah, 345. I'm sorry, 345. There's so many numbers in my brain. Yes, 345 is the maximum limit. But of course, every person who is been approved depends on how much they need. But maximum they can get is 345.
So then it's about 9 mortgages then.
Yes.
9 new mortgages.
As per the selection list that I
And the
have
renovation,
submitted.
what's the amount, the maximum one, I forget?
600,000.
No, per applicant.
That depends on the applicants. Like I think 25,000 it starts with. I can't remember the maximum. I'll have to check with
With
Tom
Tom.
on that one. But maximum we can give 600,000. It depends on the application.
That's the maximum.
we do.
I'm just talking about, I'm just trying to get it. some-
Minimum I think is 25,000. But how far it goes, I'm sorry, but
I'm
I
trying to
can't
just
recollect that.
sort of estimate. Shelley?
You can get up to the 345,000.
For
No,
renovation?
he's talking about renovation, the 600,000.
For
Yeah,
renovations?
that is-
For renovation?
I'm doubtful about
Okay,
that. I'll
so
have to
that,
check
so
with
hopefully
Tommy
there,
on
that would only be a couple of renovations. If people needed that much, but they obviously, they
No,
don't
the
all, they need
renovation
various
is only
amounts.
600,000.
Yeah, they're all
we are
various
giving.
amounts and it's all hinges
But we
on
can start
ability
with
to
25, I know, but
pay,
I'm not
to
sure the
repay
maximum.
as well. So there's a lot hinging on the max amount.
But that's what the budget can bear.
Yes.
And so I guess, is there a motion to approve this budget, or do you need more information? No, we're approving the cash flow provided.
Okay. I will motion.
No,
Need a
Chris had-
motion?
Oh, sorry.
He had a question first.
Okay, Chris? Go.
I thought at one time we had a maximum amount that one time you could borrow for renovations, because if there's only 6 there, you could have two people come in and borrow 250 each. And
Yeah,
there's-
I
there-
think
there-
I will, you can correct me, but I'll have to check with the Tom on this one, that maximum, how much we are going, well, renovation has always been 600,000. I remember that when the application comes into housing, they start with minimum 25,000, but maximum, I'm not sure. But I think as of past years, we have only given renovation 600,000, not more than that.
Okay, I guess the question is, I guess, well, how many renovation applications do we have? What's the pressure on the fund? Do we know that?
I have not done that I can ask Tommy on that one. I have not acknowledged in
Because
this
it would be
report
good to know,
that.
to have some
Yes,
idea,
I
some
agree.
idea, now this is how much is available, how much of that need does that amount address?
Right, I agree on that. I can bring that information and share it to y'all. But for me, this was more that how much the cash flow can absorb or digest. Like
Yeah, because
it cannot take more than 600,000 because we want to give the waiting list for the housing that are there. We can give 3.2 million with maximum 345,000, and then remaining I had only 600,000.
Because, you know, when roofs start to leak, whether you have enough money, you have to fix those roofs. Otherwise, the house deteriorates even further with more costly repairs. So you have to keep, if a furnace breaks down, you have to fix it.
Correct. Yeah, I've taken a note and I will get that detail that how much replacement.
Okay, so I guess, I'd like a report on what, for the council, on what is the number of applicants who applied for renovation loans? How much money is needed based on what people applied for and what they qualified for?
Yes, I get that.
And the other thing that I see is that some people are only qualified to borrow a certain amount of money because of affordability, but yet the repairs on their house is more than that. So how is that being addressed either through social services or other programs? What other programs can assist? Because obviously we don't do all those repairs, the house will deteriorate and have to be replaced.
Yes, Chief, and that would be our housing department.
Well,
This
the
is,
housing and the social need to work together on that, Sherry, because if there's urgent critical repairs that
to
would
get
cause-
the information you're asking for
Yeah.
would come from another department.
Yeah,
So
okay.
this is finance and we're just looking at how much
Yeah.
money we have
But it would be
available.
good to know the pressure that's there on these two programs, because I don't know what it is. Because I don't get the applications. Chris?
Yeah. I'm good with approving the cash flows, but I'm not good with leaving it open-ended that I could potentially come in here and borrow $250,000. We are suspended from the CMHC program, which tells us I can't access our grants. I wouldn't want to tell now, oh, and by the way, we can't lend you money to fix your roof.
But they have $20,000 grants they can apply for here that we administer through here.
I think we should have a limit on what you can borrow for renovations, just so that we can make sure we can help out people with the
Yeah.
roof and a
Yeah, I
furnace.
believe there is a limit, but as I'm not aware specifically, as it belongs more housing department kind of monitors the application and everything, but I can get you more
Go ahead.
details
She's
on
done.
that.
Yeah, we got to look
Yeah,
into
we
that.
can
Chris.
get you more details.
Hey, Aguari?
In the renovation policy, it says if the renovation costs are expected to exceed the maximum loan amount. So if the maximum loan amount we'll give for a house is $345,000, if the person has $300,000 owing on their house, they can only borrow $45,000 for renovation because we'll only go to the maximum.
Yeah.
345.
Yeah, but
But if you own your house,
essentially borrow $250,000.
you could.
No, the only way you're going to borrow.
No, you can't. You can only go up to
If that's what it's
345
gonna
max.
cost.
Okay, but that doesn't,
I owe money for
okay.
$250,000.
okay,
No,
that doesn't
you
mean
can
that
only,
every.
you could only then borrow 200.
Okay, but it all depends, you have to demonstrate,
Oh, yeah, sorry, math. $250,000.
In
I was
order to
thinking
get
half
through-
a million.
in order to get $345,000 loan, you have to demonstrate that you
Yeah,
can
the
afford to pay for
affordability
it.
and everything, yes.
Otherwise, they will say you're not eligible to borrow 345,000, you're eligible for 150. And so then there's this gap then of either building a house or this gap in fixing your house. And so it's only the ones that have high income are eligible for that.
Or not high income,
High
but the
income.
income
Affordability.
too. Yeah, doesn't have to be high.
If you're on low income, you're not going to be able to afford to borrow very much money.
Yeah, we kind of go through the MBQ credit and make sure the
Credit checks.
application check is there, how much affordability, the all
So
criteria
it would be
are
good
taken
to
into
find out how many
consideration.
people get kicked out because they can't demonstrate affordability or there's credit issues or what's this problem look like?
I hate to be labor, but you could have two couples come in here
Speak
and
into the
break. I hate to be labor this, but you could potentially have two seniors or two people come in and borrow 300 each. and then it's all gone. We should have an upset limit on the renovations, so
But
we have to go around.
it's governed by their income, how much they can
I
borrow.
know that, Chief, but you could potentially have two families come in who meet the income thresholds and borrow all the renovation
Yeah.
dollars.
And we're looking into that for you. We're not
I
sure
just
at
don't-
this point.
okay. Well, we can look into it, but I
Okay.
don't want it to happen.
Okay, let's see where we're at first. Let's work with real facts and not hypothesis. And so that's why I've asked for a report for the council on what's the pressure on
And
the,
if there's a policy around
and
it
the
or a
affordability.
maximum, I'm sure there is.
And
Yeah.
how, and the affordability scale, because when I saw Tom's housing report, the people under 18, just a minute, I'll go and get the report.
Sorry, Chris. When you said $250,000 in my head, I was thinking $500,000. Like, no, not $250,000. Yeah, you're right.
You could eat that up pretty quick. You can eat that up pretty quick for like renovation. Like you're looking anywhere from 10, depends how the size of your house, anywhere from 10 to 20,000 for a roof.
And I believe
Pretty
health
easy.
and safety
Pretty
comes into play as well. Like, are these homes that it falls under health and safety, like in terms of
Exactly.
necessity of repair?
Exactly. So if
So-
they've leaked in, you're looking at mold now.
Yeah,
Right?
so they would look at that as well. There's different criteria.
So according to Closing the Gap for here, we need $149 million in housing. That doesn't include electrification, water and sewer, roads and bridges, or community buildings, all that other stuff. So as of December 2023, there were 141 applicants on a wait list for housing. The number in need for one bedroom was 73 applicants, two bedroom 34 were in need, three bedroom 30, four bedroom 2, and five bedroom 2. So there's a high need for one bedroom, two bedroom. One bedroom was the highest, two bedroom, the second highest, and three bedroom. the
That's
third
for rentals.
for rentals.
Yeah, within construction rentals.
Chart here that shows what they can afford. See what you're saying, Chris, but, we can get, $300,000 renovation built. We had that in a big mansion. So low income. In the 18 to 34 year age, 32 had low income. Moderate income was 25. Medium income was 4, and high income was 1. Low income is anywhere under $34,424. So it's 34 of the 32 of the applicants. Actually, there were 86 of the applicants that had less than $34,424. So that means that that's going to affect how much money they can borrow. More than half of them had low income. Moderate income were 47, so they can, and that's under $68,848. So the biggest part of the people who apply, which is 133 of the 141 had low income or moderate income.
That's for rentals.
For rentals, but that would be the same for mortgages. because there's an income scale applied. So there's a lot of good information in this report. I would really encourage the council to read Tom's report, this housing needs assessment, and could you get a copy to the full council, Sherry, please?
Yeah. They already will have received it, but we can send it again.
But read it and understand it, because it's very important, it's very
It's on
critical in
the
the
drive.
decisions that we're making.
So that-
Because we have to build affordable housing for the people. That's really, and we have to look at the reality. The application tells you a lot about the community. Okay, thank you. So can we have a motion then to approve the cash flow? At least then we know what the working is for this year. If you want to get money from other sources to make it more, or if you want to review the policy, that's fine, but we need to get started with, if we're going to allocate houses, we have to get going with it. We can't keep stalling. We're in the building season now.
Yeah.
So I'll move to approve the cash flow, knowing that you're gonna get back to us regarding, is it open-ended on the renovation side?
The renovation.
Renovation side, right.
And I'll second that motion, Chief.
But read that report before the next council, and you've got a lot of information there to make decisions on. There's a very good report. Anybody opposed to that motion? If not, the motion is carried. The new recreation complex. MBQ.
Okay, thank you, Cecil.
So the issue is preliminary floor plans and elevation are already for presentation for TMC and community feedback and comments. Should Tom come in for this?
Yeah, we can have Tom in.
MBQ obtained KL Martin Associates to complete the preliminary design stage for a new research recreation center and sports complex located on York Road. We have recently received the draft preliminary floor plans, evaluations, and construction estimate. Once council has approved, had an opportunity to review and provide their feedback to the plans will be presented at an open house at the community center to get more community feedback and comments. Option 1, approved to proceed with the open house. Impacts, moves project forward, allows input and feedback from the community. Make revisions to prior to presenting to an open house, delays moving forward, ensures TMC is comfortable with the project before it is presented to the community. So the KL Martin feasibility study, ground floor, 34,400 square feet, second floor, 97,000 square feet, total building area, 43,700 square feet, assuming $475 construction cost per square foot, has an average for both floors. The Class D construction would be building construction, $20,757,500, site work, $650,000, estimated construction cost, $21,407,500, contingency 10%, $2,140.70. So $2,140,750. Class D estimate, $23,548,250. The estimated cost is based on the concept design and does not include IT and security, furniture, and operation and maintenance. The recommendations before council is option 1, unless council does not support the current proposed preliminary and evaluation. They want to move option 1 is approved to proceed with the open house. Option 3 is make revisions prior to presenting to the open house. And option allows to allow for community feedback. And so the recommendation is to choose option 1 unless council doesn't support building this project. So it's to move forward with community consultation. And it's all very much in a preliminary stage, so I think it's a good recommendation. Chris?
Where was the budget? I can't remember what the funding source was. The cost sharing between
They
they
would likely apply to Infrastructure Canada, the Green Inclusive Build program.
Yeah, but they recreate the tobacco fund, that's a big commitment.
And then there's money available in TCDF.
Yeah, we should have a budget, no, gee, don't get too far down the road.
Okay, but I think we're not approving it. We're just looking at the concept, the preliminary. Does this include what the community would like to see there? So it's really just gathering information from the community, looking at it. You're not approving that you go.
Yeah, we're not that far yet.
You're just
Chris.
getting information from community feedback. That's
Yeah. We want to do some community consultation on this.
And the other thing about not delaying is that, the government may change. And if the government changes, the money that's now available for Infrastructure Canada, that may vanish
Yeah.
very quickly.
Okay.
So
I'll make the
I
motion,
would
Chief.
delay.
I'd second that one.
Who's moving?
I made the motion.
Curtis? No worry.
We're a long ways out.
But it's a start.
That's right.
I think, I think any recreation facility would benefit no matter what the design or whatever.
I think ideally, if they build it around the lacrosse box, it'd be the best.
That's proposed.
That's, I
site.
think, where they're looking
That
at.
was.
Where,
proposed site.
sorry, go ahead?
Like build it around the lacrosse box, like basically.
No,
Oh, and
beside it, I
closing.
think.
That side.
It would be
Yeah,
beside
this
it.
side.
Okay.
In
west
that
side.
area, but not
Anyway.
around it.
That's where he's had a sign. That's where they proposed, I guess.
There was
Kind
some,
of angle, whatever.
there was some discussion at one point in time to put it down beside the ALFDC building on 49 Highway, but then the other option was we've got that big park
No, I
there.
think to keep a recreation
Maybe.
be within our recreation facility would be the best location.
And there's water there now that never used to be there, so let's go.
Yep.
And Highway 49 is ideal for economic development activities. So,
Okay.
All right, that's good. So is anybody opposed to that motion, just to have the community input, open houses? And I would encourage the council to come to the open houses too, to hear what people have to say. It's usually they look at the plans and they go, well, maybe we should have this or maybe we should have that. But the other thing you need to do is assess, if you have these functions there, how many people are going to use it for that? You don't want to have a whole lot of programming and nobody participating. And the other thing we have to look at is where does the operation and maintenance come from? Because you can't just build it, you got to operate and maintain it after.
yeah, that would be once we have a design and
So
community
So
input.
Chris has also asked for the full details of the operation budget.
That will come, yes.
So if the community likes this project and the council likes it, then we can get that other information
Yes,
and we can look at funding.
that's right.
The Bay Shore Road Park Arbor replacement. The arbor structure is nearing the end of its service life and should be replaced and ensure safety to maintain the cultural function. Option 1, approve to sole source Q&E engineering to complete, total $9,865, and approve phase 1 totaling $21,292 come from the Park SP. Now, the only thing when you're getting, it has to be designed in a traditional way of building, and that's what Earl and the committee did, and Earl and the volunteers actually did a few years ago, and that's been there ever since that time. All they do is keep getting more cedars to pile on it, but they wired it all together very, very, to make sure it wasn't going to fall down. But again, the structure rots over time.
They do have, their committee, the powwow committee, they did have Trevor Grant, my brother. He has a design in mind that they all agreed on, so maybe his thoughts should go out with whoever is doing the actual blueprints or whatever needed to.
Again, when we form these committees, sometimes the committees don't meet and do what they're supposed to do, so council waits and waits and waits. I've got no objection to anybody having their input at all. But if we're going to form a committee type thing to deal with this, then the people have to be available to show up for the meetings to get the work done.
So in the briefing note that is part of this package, they're asking for how to proceed, and what they're looking at is a community engagement conceptual design process.
Well, that's, make sure it's well
As
out.
phase 1 for scope of work. So
Okay.
this is we're
Okay.
doing this in stages, and first off, we have to do community engagement.
Yeah, and no last minute notices either, because people miss out if there's last minute notices, and there's a lot of that. So we need to get notice out to the community. This is how we're going to proceed with it. And that there's going to be community engagement, and watch the newsletter for it, and at least give them a week's notice.
Then we get into, after the community engagement
And then follow
process,
up.
a detailed design is developed.
Okay, and then if Trevor has a design or conceptual drawing that he's consulted, ask him to be for it and then to come to the committee.
Then there's a tendering process for the work. And then that's phase 3 of, this is all laid out in the briefing note on how this project will be addressed.
Okay. So the powwow committee, who is on the powwow committee now?
Ainsley is the chair, I
Who?
believe. Ainsley Lewin. Trevor sits on the committee.
So I'd run this by the powwow committee.
Yes, and that would be part of the consultative process.
But I think we have to be careful about using modern construction material because otherwise it's not going to look authentic.
No.
And that was the purpose of that, constructing that arb the way it is, to make it look authentic.
But it's just watch Trevor's designs,
Okay.
and you'd be you'll agree.
But the old committee used to replace those poles when they were needed. They'd go and inspect it once a year, and they would, if they needed poles, somebody would just get poles. They would just go ahead and get the work done. Chris?
Unfortunately, I want it noted I'm lodging a complaint because once again, we're sole sourcing and we have finance policies, and I get hammered all the time out in the community why we're sole sourcing certain people. We have policies for this.
Yeah, we're going to talk about the sole sourcing because this one's below $10,000. So we got to look at,
It's 10,
like, do
then
we
I see
want to
22,
an
and it just
RFP
grows.
process for a $2,000 or $3,000 contract, which could be months in the making, and sometimes there's a need to move forward quickly with certain projects. So I'd like us to look at that policy because I would like to be able to move forward with smaller contracts in a more effective and a way.
So timing, just for council, the powwow is in August.
Yeah.
That's only 2 months and 2 weeks away. And by the time you wait for 30 days to tender it, and then you tender out the work, that leaves less than a couple of weeks to get the work done.
And when the contract is below $10,000 to get this rolling. So I think for larger projects, absolutely. For these smaller projects, yes, if we can, if it's feasible and we have the
Okay.
time. But in this particular and other instances, I would like to be able to move ahead with if we need the work done quickly and it makes sense. So we have to use discretion at the same time when it makes sense. And I would like to be able to do that, to move forward with work when it's a smaller scope.
Well, I know the Chris brought up about the safety of the ARB. And so it seemed to me there was some urgency to get this in place for the powwow this year.
Yes, we've discussed that before, where the arbor, as it stands right now, is not safe for the drummers or anybody else that's underneath that particular structure. It is on a small, like you had talked about, it's on a small scale, financial scale, and this is something that's very important we should be proud of, and that is showing our heritage, showing who we are, in a powwow. I feel like Sherry is saying that we should get this one going right away. And as Uncle Chief had talked about, that there's only 2 months before the powwow. If it's on such a small scale, let's get it done.
Okay.
And be proud of it.
Yeah, this is why it's so important that there be inspections done of all of our property early on, and then we can have better planning and tendering and all this kind of, everything is not sort of left at the last minute. So I think there is a safety issue, and I think, Chris, that this is the reason why they felt it was necessary to get on with it, because it has to get done in time for the powwow. And then again, there's contractors. The contractors they're busy building houses. We don't even know whether there's going to be contractors available.
Well, a consultation process in itself can take.
And if they don't know what they're supposed to build when they get there and they have no plan, then they don't know what they're bidding on.
That's right.
And then this has to be all safety issues.
So the scope of work is already laid out in the briefing note in terms of what's going to occur. And there's about 4 phases before we can actually get to, utilizing that area.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Nobody wants to see a new arbor more than me. Talking about it for years now. But once again, this sole sourcing comes up, and it talks a lot about the lack of planning then, if we're always at the last second having to sole source something. It's sole sourcing, and we have finance policy. We're flying right in the face, and we're breaking all of our own policies. And I'm at my wit's end for when people come up to me in the street and say, and it's not less than 10, it's already at 22.
That's
And next thing
for,
it'll be 40, 50, and then
That's-
it's 40, 50 sole source.
well,
That's what's gonna happen. I've seen it happen too many
I mean, we
times.
can go to an RFP process, but it won't get done till
No, nobody
later
can
this
get on
year.
an RFP process unless they know what they're going to build and what's the design. They're not going to design it themselves.
We still have phase 1 and phase 2 to get through to do it.
Is it realistic to think we can get this designed and built by the time the power is on?
Anything could be done. but-
It's 2 months.
Depends on how much red tape we want to put in place to hold it up.
Exactly. And that we're all learning, us newbies, learning about all these policies and all that red tape. You
Okay.
have to do this, do that, and do
Okay.
that, and sometimes.
But it is within the tender policy. If something has to get done on an urgent basis, then
Yeah.
you can do sole source, right?
Yes.
Did I understand it right?
Yes. Health and safety, yes.
And my
And we've
understanding
already-
was that this had it, I
Not
thought this had to
every,
get done.
not
by the
every single project requires
Okay.
requires an
so really-
RFP process, and
so-
that's
so-
why I'm suggesting under a certain level, we should be able to have the authority using our
Okay.
professional judgment to make that call. I'm not talking hundreds of $1,000 projects. I'm talking smaller scale projects.
So anyway, and there's budget for it. We have budget for this work. That would come under band property maintenance.
Parks.
Parks, there's
Parks
budget.
has the budget.
Parks has a budget, okay?
Yes.
So I guess because of the short time we have, can we get this approved then for this project? But I think what we need to do is all of our band property needs to have an inspection done, and so we can do better planning going forward in these repairs and get the work that needs to be tendered early on, so we're not dealing with everything on a hurry at the last minute. Or add-ons to the agenda.
Do we not discuss this months ago here?
We did.
So
And
why is it 6 months later it's
the
finally come
options,
back?
well, it wasn't that long ago. It was really within the last month and maybe a tiny bit. But the options were, if we cannot get this done, we must, and that's 100% must, put money into the structure as it stands. So like if we're gonna put money in just to keep the old arbor temporary for the time being for this year, and then spend more money in to do it for next year. That was presented to us by Tom. He had talked to us in here about that. And so why spend money twice just to put a Band-Aid on the first year and then spend that amount of money to construct the final outcome. So either you spend the final money right now and do it once, or you put a Band-Aid on it, spending that money plus the money that you're gonna spend up for the final. You see what I mean? Or you know what I'm saying?
Well, when the festival board was going, they all the volunteers knew how to do all that work. They'd actually go and buy the wire out of their own pockets.
But this,
They'd buy the lumber to build the stuff out of their own pockets. They would raise money to help this, but that's not how things are done now. It's all done through the band office.
yeah. So this section though, is it just to approve that community engagement and concept? It's not, we would do an RFP for who
What-
we need to hire to
What we're
build it.
recommending is option one, and is approved to sole source Q&E engineering to complete phase one, totaling $9,865, and approve phase one budget totaling $21,695.
Chris?
So community input, I'm okay with the recreation or the powwow committee. The recreation committee said they didn't want to be involved with this one. The powwow committee sitting down with Trevor, getting the concept drawing and then someone running with it. But yeah, I'm all for that committee sitting down with Trevor as opposed to an engineer. You can save a lot of time, a lot of money by having these people say, here's what we want.
Who's Trevor?
My brother.
Is he the Q&E engineer?
No.
Oh,
So that ARB has been there since about 1987, about 37 years.
Yeah, it's a long time.
And when Willard and Clell were living in Earl, they used to go down there themselves and check the poles and the wire to make sure that nothing had rusted out, to make sure that the plastic that was keeps the rain out of from the top wasn't, and that none of the poles were rotted. And if they were, they would simply get new ones and replace them, then wire them back in there. Then they put new plastic up there, then they would put the cedars on top of that. And so that's really how it used to be done, and they used to maintain it. But they have been dead for quite a few years, and nobody's maintained it.
They're saying the structure is at the end of its life.
And so to me, I think because of the lack of that maintenance that used to go on yearly, the system has probably deteriorated to the point where it's
Well,
unsafe.
COVID, we didn't have any activities happening in the park during COVID.
Everything has to be maintained to last. That's why it's important with you, that the council members too, with your own eyes, go and see for yourself what you think needs to be done. Instead of emails and back and forth with electronics. That isn't how we used to do business years ago. We'd go and look at it. Sometimes the whole council would go and look at it to see what needed to be done, and then they'd talk about it there, make a decision.
so in this report, the 21,000 is the geotechnical and topographical. It includes that as well, and phase one. So phase one, and then the geotechnical and topographical surveys.
The detailed design, hold on now.
Okay.
Recommendation is option one to approve Q&E engineering to complete phase one and approve phase one budget. That's just phase one. So phase one is community engagement and conceptual design work.
Okay. I just wondered, I was just trying to find the number.
So basically, to coordinate a topographical survey of the site, coordinate a geotechnical investigation of the site, request pre-design utilities locates, prepare a preliminary site plan, a three-dimensional rendering of the design, prepare budgetary construction estimates, chair and attend a community engagement session to gather input for detailed design.
So I guess, what do you want? What's council's direction on this? Chris, go ahead.
I'm just talking to Trevor, and he said that he thinks that what we should do is put a Band-Aid on it for this year. Fix what has to be done. Just Tom had talked about bracing the pillars for the structure itself for the time being. Trevor's talking about, he says his designs it involves proper drainage and dug to the ditch for any water that if it rains, because we know that quite often the powwow is on a rainy month. And he says along with that would have to be a proper foundation built. And he said that's not going to that won't happen right now. That will be over time, his design.
Yeah, this plan I think would be for next year as well. so-
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Well, anyway, you're going to have to, if you're going to fix it, I would think that quite a few of those poles have not been changed in about 15 or 20 years. I would be suspect of those poles still being, maintaining their integrity.
Yeah. And
that wire may have rusted out too.
So it was your direction then from council to fix it this year and move forward with the scope of work for the bigger project?
that's what we talked.
Okay, Chris?
And then we would do an RFP for that?
If that's the direction you want to
Or
go.
would we still, do we want it, so, just so I can get it back to what's on here. And now I'm confused.
So phase one, the whole project then, we would have to put out for an RFP.
Okay.
That
Chris?
will take some time.
So if the whole thing's gonna take some time, we'll just wait and do an RFP and we'll just fix it for now?
And we're waiting for direction from this table.
Chris?
For many decades, our crew have had to replace the posts. So one last year, we fix it up, then have the powwow committee sit down with Trevor. They will come up with the concept, and then from there, we hand it off to a competitive RFP to say, look, here's what we want, how much to design it.
Wouldn't that be sole sourcing though?
That's sole sourcing.
Trevor?
No, you do an RFP.
An RFP,
No.
request for proposals.
We're asking one person to come up with his
And
design.
I'm negative against it.
So
Totally
we're not
against it
asking.
when the vision is right here in this community, not an engineer miles
Okay.
away.
That's it. So we just want some direction here, guys. That's what we're looking for.
I think Chris just said it.
Okay.
What's
What
the
did
motion?
Chris just said?
Fix what we got, get through this
Yes,
year.
I'll make a motion that we fix the,
No, that's the motion of council, I want that followed up, and I want eyes of council, somebody there to make sure that gets done. I don't want somebody coming back to council saying, why didn't this get done? If you're the portfolio holder, then get there and make sure it gets done with your own eyes. And make sure you're satisfied and make sure you're satisfied it's safe.
I am the portfolio holder for this project. And I motion that we get the work done on the structure for making it safe for this year. And then we go into the proper procedures for
Super
having
safe.
a brand new one built for next year. But
And super safe, because if that falls down on somebody during the call, it's gonna be no laughing matter if somebody
No.
gets hurt.
Yeah.
No.
It will be liability.
I'll second
on
this
the band.
motion.
That's why you engage professional people to advise you, to protect the band from liability.
It's a public area.
okay, well, so I motion and Chip just seconded that motion.
To go ahead and fix it up for this year and then proceed with an RFP
Or the plan that's been
for
put
the
forward.
plan going forward after community consultation takes place.
But does that mean then we're approving this community consultation? Because this is the plan for community consultation, right?
No,
It's part of that with
Just the
that
phase
one
one.
contractor,
Just phase one, right?
just phase one.
the only difference is instead of hiring a professional person to do it, we're doing it ourselves.
Okay, so
Whoa.
And I don't
who's
know-
doing it though?
And I
Like,
do not know whether or not the band property maintenance crew with all the other work that they have to do, have time to do this stuff. We've got
we got multiple
we've got
projects on the
230
go
houses
here,
to
guys,
maintain.
with limited resources.
And this used to all be done by volunteers. I mean, the poles, I think that the band workers used to go and get the cedar trees and they used to put them up there. But the structure used to be done by Willard and Clell and other volunteers that knew how to do that.
Well, there's lots of guys around that know how to
Is
do it.
Tommy
not
not
here
here
good.
One of
today?
them ones that know how to do
I
it.
don't know how to do it.
He's built maybe 15 houses, just
Okay.
whatever.
Okay, so who's gonna lead this consultation process?
Somebody's got to be a project manager. Who is it?
They've always done it in-house. That arbor always got done just by the BPM guys, it's just. part
No,
of every day.
Chief said it was done by volunteers.
It was.
But I think
was
that's
there.
for-
That was 30, 40 years ago.
I think
The last
that's-
quarter century's been done by the BPM guys.
For like updating the current structure, but this proposal is for like a brand new structure going
that's right.
forward. So I'm sure they can probably do those
I'm gonna tell you, all
adjustments and
that stuff's in
maintenance.
the park.
BPM can fix it up.
But
for what it
going
is for this year.
forward-
And then going forward, we go on just like,
Okay, so we have to pull together then who they're supposed to consult with to fix
Okay.
it.
Let's bring our manager in to ask, is this doable? Do they have time to do it? If not, let's not have a big fight here at council over, because
Tom is not available today.
he's not available.
he's already
So
said
can we
that it
just-
can be done. The last meeting, he had said that we can do that because we recommended that for this year. Put a Band-Aid on it, fix what we have to fix. He says, okay, if that's my direction, we will get it done.
Okay, so you've asked for consultation with who? BPM is good to consult with someone else around this fixing piece. Did I not hear that right? Are they just moving ahead to fix
They're
it?
moving ahead. Tom said that he will get this done. He will ensure that, that the structure is sound for this year. Because that was the direction that we had given the last time we came in. We had him come in.
So just go ahead and fix it from the
From the
property
band.
maintenance
Yes,
team?
as they've done in the past.
And then let's defer this section until Tommy's here so
And
we
who's
can.
available that can go and make sure that this is going to be done properly, that it's not going to create a liability? Because I do not want that to fall on anybody that gets hurt and have a lawsuit.
Tom, who's the maintenance of the.
Well, they're not
They're not engineers.
structural, they're not structured, they'll just fix it.
They're not structural engineers.
Well, but if they've been fixing it for the last whatever, how many years, then what's to
Have they?
say it's gonna
Are we
fall
sure of
down
that?
this year?
Are we sure of that? I don't think so.
I think so, chief.
I think so too.
Okay.
Maybe we should defer this section for a little bit more
Well,
information.
why don't we just, yeah. If
We're here
gonna
tomorrow
defer it,
again.
We're gonna keep deferring it, defer it.
Well,
until
anyway,
there's only a month.
is there consensus at council to fix it up this year? Anybody opposed to that?
No.
Okay, so that stands. Anybody opposed to community consultation to make sure what the vision of what this is going to look like is from the community? Chris?
Consultation can be done in-house. We don't need this PNG that everyone wants
Okay,
to say source so bad.
This,
I'm not saying hire an engineer. Are you in favor of consultation?
As long as it doesn't mean bringing in an
Okay, then
engineer.
who's going to conduct that consultation?
And we have a consultation coordinator?
No.
We don't have community consultation people?
Do we?
It's more about surrounding projects that are going on in other communities, but this requires somebody that has the skill and knowledge on how this has to be built so that it's safe, and that's usually engineering.
I thought we were going to get Band-Aided. Powwow committee, that's community consultation to me. They're the ones that are there every year. Sit down with Trevor, come out with a draft, and then from there, you engage your professionals to design based
What
upon
their
their
design
concept
is.
plan.
Yeah,
But he
exactly.
already knows, like he's already explained, that he knows how to build things. I mean, a lot of guys do. That you're
True.
not gonna spend $50,000 on a consultant just to come in and show them because they have the
Stamp.
If you're going to, if you're.
So then
going
we
to-
have to,
What?
then this table has to accept liability should anything happen.
And
That's
o-
the bottom
And the
line.
other thing about it, some places, when you go for government funding, they're going to want to make sure that you've acted on professional advice for people who are qualified to give that advice.
Well, Trevor can work with somebody that has a stamp to design.
Okay.
They don't
we can't
have to-
sole source
Or
him.
anyone.
That's fine.
You can put it out to the community, like, there might be, Johnny T could come in here one on his, or just Mike Miracle, or whoever.
And so it's because if you don't have that, then you get this seesaw going back and forth between the funder and the community, back and forth and back and forth. It delays getting the funding approvals and getting the work done.
They might sit down and say, you know what, we saw in Arborough, BC, and here's a picture, we want the same one.
That'd be
And that
fine.
community will say, here's plans. And all of a
That's
sudden,
fine.
we have to spend $100,000 on consultants years down the road. That's we do what we're again.
I got a question then for council. Can we put out a request for a certain period of time, and it doesn't have to be right now? Because we know that we're just gonna fix the arbor as it is, but we put out an invite to anybody that has an idea about building a new arbor. And like, cause Trevor's already got his foundation, he's got his drainage, he's got his design, he's got everything in mind already. But we can put the same thing out to all of the community members if they might have, and have a timeline between now
So
and September.
we would lay out a scope of work in the RFP process that they would need to look at and bid on.
And that, but that's not, this is just a design thought. And then what we think that whoever the design thought is that makes most sense, we can have somebody for the government's stamp. Okay, well, this is what we're gonna do, and work with that particular designer.
Which is in this scope of work. It's getting to that point. So just the phase 1 part would include that. Like, so it would, they would run that community consultation. Community members can come out and say, this is what we're thinking, this is what we want. And then from that, we get this general
Plan.
defined, and then we do the RFP,
Okay. Yeah. So then I guess what I would,
right?
to fix it up for this year and have it inspected for safety, that needs to be part of it. Somebody needs to inspect it for safety. Make sure that all of that's going to not fall down on somebody. That would be one motion. Then I think this other motion of how we move forward with community consultation, what professional advice we need later on, would just map out a process and put in a timetable. Not something that's just identified and then it just rolls on. Well, we haven't done this yet. We haven't done it. Because that's how things work here.
Yeah, we
And
need
so
a clear
need
work
timetable
plan.
when
It's-
what time frames when this work is, this consultation period is going to be. Then when you start to move on to design it,
Yeah,
it was just a matter of getting an engineer's stamp on something that's already designed.
This-
That's all good as long
This
as.
organization was basically project managing this whole piece. It isn't just a matter of boom, build that. It's the whole planning of it, bringing it together and taking the idea and bringing it to life. So
Yeah.
it's a project, a whole project.
And the other
in
thing is you
itself.
can't just keep piling stuff on the staff. One more thing. With their staff, they're just not increasing. They've got a high volume of work to get done. They have to interact with the community on arrears and, putting somebody out of the house and all.
Cutting grass,
Cutting grass.
maintaining.
Trees, big major projects that are going, they have a full day. Just but when you keep adding one more thing, thinking that just because that
Something's gotta
belongs-
give
but
somewhere
they
else.
can assume all that work.
That's right.
Chris?
So we've agreed to Band-Aid it to get us through the year. Can we have a letter sent out on the chief's signature asking Trevor and the powwow committee to present us with a concept?
That's it. And we should do it together. We shouldn't be working in isolation. If there's a powwow committee, bring Trevor and the powwow committee to council or to a staff meeting, whatever, because I don't know nothing about building an arbor, okay? I watched them do it and I helped drag poles and stuff. I've done that, but putting it together, I don't know how to do that.
Yeah, I think so. He's got sketches, yeah.
So instead of sole sourcing this,
And having someone
we'll
oversee
sole
that work.
source Trevor.
We're going to be doing it, this table will be doing it all, like approving every step
No,
of
but
the
this
way.
letter that Chris said, I think.
We're gonna Band-Aid it, get us through the year, but while we're doing that, the powwow committee can work with Trevor, come up with some concept plans. If others want to chime in, great. And then hopefully they'll come up with something, then they bring it here,
Okay.
and then that gets off to the professionals, so they're not reinventing the wheel.
Okay,
So-
that's soul sourcing, Chris.
No, we're not sole sourcing, we're RFPing it.
But that sounded like a sole source when you say
So really
call
what's happening
Trevor.
now here is council is getting involved in doing the administrative work as well as the political work.
And project managing it.
And we're not even discussing that with the staff, which to me, I think that begins to work in isolation of each other. I think what there needs to be is a proper plan developed on going forward on paper and who can do what and to ensure that they have the capacity to do what it is that's being mapped out for them. If not, we're just going to have more tension at the council because it's not getting done.
I can see what I can see what Aaron is talking about. I can see what Chris is talking about. you're not just gonna have somebody from the outside, whoever that is never ever, they go to the commit, they go to the powwow, have something to eat, watch the dancers and come back and give us an idea of what the arbor should be.
That's,
Look like.
that's
Just to
not
say-
the proposal.
I know, but you take the powwow and the powwow committee that comes up with a design and said, and this is what we like, because they're there year after year after year. Trevor's been there, I don't know how many years. Ainsley is just taken over as the chair. There are committees on the powwow committee, there's members that have been there for as long as the arbor's been built. So when it's in a sense of sole sourcing, it's all of their minds coming together to build what they want to see in their, under their, well, for their.
Yeah.
what
And
they-
that's
What they stand for.
that's part of community engagement.
It is, because it's not one person that's doing it, it's them as a committee, it's just like us.
Which is
That's what this.
what this first section endeavors to do. So it says in there that they will do that
They'll
engagement
coordinate
with
it
the
all.
community. So then Trevor and the powwow committee have that opportunity to come and give them everything.
Yeah.
It's the same, but different. It's the same. It's essentially the same.
It
So if you
is.
don't want to do that way, but you do want to do that way, but you said no sole sourcing, it's still a sole source to go that direction.
This is
So
this
if
is
we
just
don't want-
project managing
Yes.
it all, the
If
whole
we-
thing.
If we don't want to do that with this section or this company, then I think we should do the RFP right from the bottom.
Okay.
Like if there's not an agreement to do it one way.
Okay. This other detail that we've talked about around, I don't think we're going to have consensus today at the council. I agree with a lot of the comments that are being made, all that, but it needs to be mapped up with some kind of timetable.
Yes.
And you need to check with the staff to make sure that they have people that, the BPM people know how to do that. You can't just say, go fetch me some poles.
Yeah.
Well, what size do these poles have to be?
Yeah,
How
they-
long do they have to be? Where can you get them from?
I think, Tom, when he was last in here, it wasn't replacing the poles, it was supporting the poles.
They used to replace poles quite often in there. If they say they were rot, they'd check them all out to see if they were rotting. They would take them out of there and they would rewire that all back together again. They never just added more stuff to that structure that was there. I've been there when they've done it and seen it.
So if we have the motion to fix it currently, can we defer this section until we have a better plan, like
Yeah, so
better
anyway, the motion is
information?
to Band-Aid that ARB for this year. Who's moving that? Chris, are you moving that?
They already did.
Chris Brandt and Curtis?
We won't let it go by the wayside. We just need
And
more
for next
time.
council meeting, I want to see all this mapped out on paper and a plan on how we move forward with, Trevor's got a design, call a powwow committee together, ask Ainsley to call a powwow committee together. If council's interested in the issue, let us know when the meeting is. They can have it here and we will.
So
we can
you
discuss
are
it.
wanting Tom's area to project manage this then, is that?
That by default, that's
Well,
what
we
happens.
should
It's one
see-
more
If
thing.
you look
to
I think we
in
need
the-
to talk to him first to see if they have the capacity with
They-
all of the projects.
I'm going to tell you right now, they don't have the capacity.
So then we need to have a better plan of how we want to move this forward.
Yes.
Like
'Cause if-
when-
if
when
we
had
don't
them
wanna
over
do this
100
Q&A
How about we
engineer?
not spend any more time, we talk to Tom when he comes back, because he has already talked about this. So,
Okay.
let's just move on with the rest of the meeting.
So that's, then we need a plan for the next council meeting. A plan with timetables. That include community input for design. Invite Trevor, Brandt, to a powwow meeting with MBQ staff
To create a design.
to create a design, to settle on a design.
and a scope of work.
Scope of work. Is that agreeable to everybody? They'll bring back a plan for the next council meeting.
Well,
I'm not agreeable with sole sourcing. No. If we're saying we don't want to do this Q&E because that's a sole source, asking a specific individual to return information is also sole sourcing.
And that's why I said earlier, if you want have, just put it out to the community that we're looking at restructuring the arbor. If you have a good idea, give us a drawing, give us a schematic, give us everything that you have, and then we will take it as different ideas before a certain date. Like I said, before the end of September.
Chris?
Is Trevor charging us for this, or is he offering it for free?
No, he doesn't charge
So
for
then
it.
who we sole source?
There's no cost.
All we're gonna do is invite him to the community. This is what I think it should look like. As a community member, he's gonna have input. Anybody else who can do the same thing can come to the same meeting.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
So let's get on with fixing what's there then. And then a plan going forward, incorporating all the comments you've heard today. Is that agreeable to council?
I'm good with that.
Then that way, if the staff get the chance to have their input. So that'll be an action item, Shelley. The motion is carried then to go ahead and do repairs on the POW for the year 2024, then bring back a comprehensive plan, timetable, community comments for the design of what the POW should look like. And invite people that already have had to attend the meeting. Okay. So let's break for lunch. Meeting is now back in session, so we are at number 19, bonding. So bonding for MBQ's large residential projects, and the decision is needs to resolve whether MBQ will require bonding on their large-scale contracts, $1 million or more. So the issue is concerned with Mohawk's Wave Quinny's bonding requirements were previously forwarded to on the upper/new construction project. The main concern trying to be resolved is if MBQ contracts are completed within the timelines of our funders, we will, if contracts are completed within the timelines of our funders, we could risk the funding being pulled. So I think if contracts are not complete is what they meant to say.
I believe so.
So put the word not in there because it affects reporting, it affects a lot of things. The contractor does not have any risk as they typically have been paid for monthly progress draws. To alleviate some of this risk, MBQ has previously requested performance and material bonding as security to the construction contracts between MBQ and the general contractor. Performance bonds guarantee the contractor will perform all of its obligations under contract. Labor and material payment bonds, provided for payment of the bonded principal subcontracts and material suppliers should the principal not make payments as required. Recently, the Housing and Van Property Department has utilized a threshold of $1 million before bonding is required. In addition, a bidder can utilize an ILOC or certified check for 20% of the contract, and that's the letter of credit. MBQ has utilized land holdings as a form of security during a project. This was done for Sadie's Lane housing development. Under the recent new construction project on Upper/, there were concerns from a local contractor about MBQ requesting bonding. The last 4 contracts for new construction did not meet the contractor's specified completion date. So the last 4 contracts for new construction did not meet the contract's specified completion date. So there it took more time to get the work done. The last 2 contracts were funded by Rapid Housing Initiative, which has a strict deadline for funding. Although we were approved for extensions, it could jeopardize our ability to secure funds in the future funding rounds. Before we proceed with the upcoming tender for 6 tiny houses at the North Street housing development, the following question needs to be confirmed by the council. Does TMC support the inclusion of bonding with an alternative institutional line of credit or certified check? Does council support the threshold of $1 million? And if not, is there a different amount that they would support? Option 1, include typical bonding sources for large construction projects, $1 million. Bonding helps confirm a contract's financial strength and construction experience. Should a contractor default or fail to perform, the bonding will be used to fulfill the contract and complete the remaining work. There is a cost for bonding, which will be passed along to MBQ, which will result in increasing our building costs. Bonding from a surety company is difficult for on-reserve businesses as the build of collateral by typical business owner is on reserve. This would also include an alternative form of security, which includes an irrevocable lien or lien of credit or certified check, both in the amount of 20% of the contract value. Option 2, do not include bonding for large residential projects, would open MBQ to the risk of hiring contractors for projects that may be too big, which increases the risk of the project failing. There'd be no protection should a contractor default. This would mean the MBQ could lose their funding and be on the hook for all the costs at the time of default. Would provide better opportunities for local on-reserve businesses who cannot be bonded or have cash flow for 20%. $200,000 for every $1 million. Option 3, include typical bonding sources for a large residential projects, but also include other assets to be utilized. Same as option 1, but this option would require MBQ to sell land to recoup costs incurred for construction. Would not include land that has already been mortgaged on it. Would need to have a predetermined method for valuing the costing of the land that is fair and consistent. This would also include an alternative form of security, which includes an irrevocable lien of credit or certified check, both in the amount of 20% of the contract value. The recommendation TMC is to provide direction as to their preferred option. I can tell you with large construction projects such as the long-term care, the funder requires the contract to be bonded. They don't give you millions and millions of dollars without a bond in place. Because there needs to be some mechanism if they don't finish it or if it's not on budget, then you have an option to go back to an insurance or a bond to make good for it.
And some of our projects are quite extensive, like, you know, if this
And-
recreation center is
and
built,
it-
that's no small project.
So I think from my point of view, for a large scale project, it has to be bonded. I think they try to help the reserve business with the $1 million value, which usually are housing related stuff. But again, they pointed out that they're late. And if they're late, that can frustrate our ability to get funds for that. We can't follow the terms of the agreement. We can't always be whining for extensions. If the contractor takes on that work, they can't take on another job and say, I'll do Mohawks to Bay Quinte later.
Yeah.
And some of them are doing that. Chris?
Yeah, I think for today though, we should focus on the project at hand, the 6 tiny houses, and we can hone in.
Well, this is a policy question though.
Yeah, it is.
Right, but they've already implemented $1 million. Like, was that approved by finance, or that's just something they pulled out? Like,
This is what, how they,
It's saying recently the Housing and Band Property Departments utilized a threshold of $1 million before bonding is required.
right, and I'm saying it. How does that fall in line with our finance policies? If a contractor pulls me aside and says, they're doing this now, Chris, and I'm like, whoa. Like,
there's an
where'd this
issue,
come from?
there's an issue of tendering, which is one thing, but this is bonding.
And regarding 6 small houses.
So if they're going to bid on a project, there's all of the tendering thing is part of our policy, but there also the requirement for the contractor to be bonded to ensure that the work gets done on time. So the question is, do we want bonding? Chris?
For the project we're talking about, which is not a $20 million recplex, it's a million and a little bit, 6 small houses.
These are large scale projects, large
I
residential.
thought 6 tiny houses. 6 tiny houses, a couple hundred top.
Which is over $1 million.
Yeah, we're in the $1 million area.
At what level do you think is appropriate for bonding? That's the question.
For this specific project, these 6 houses that he's looking for direction on, for this particular project, I recommend to council that some sort of creative performance bond is in place, whether they pledge land or houses. But for decades and decades, we helped Tommy Bildos, we helped those other guys get their foot in the door to compete with the big boys by being creative. I think it's rather rich of us to say if they don't get something done in a set period, when it takes us 4 and 5 years to renovate a house, that's okay. But Joe contractor, boy, oh boy, you better get it done like this. We have different standards.
But at one time, the funders didn't have these requirements and to have things done at a certain time for reporting purposes. We can't be years and years late with our reporting.
How do we want to approach today? Not how they approached 10 years ago. Today, we have to, housing is the biggest issue. We want to get these houses done on time. We can't have the contractor saying, okay, we'll have these houses done by the end of November, and then it comes 3 or 4 months later and they're still not done. That can't happen. We need to have something done to guarantee that the work that they, and like the chief was saying, if contractors are given these houses, they can't just put us on the sideline and say, oh, well, we'll start those next month because we've got a job on the go already. We have to have somebody that's committed to get the work done on time for us and for our people. And that's, we do what we have to do. And if it's getting them bonded, absolutely. Have them sign a contract that makes them commit to that deadline.
Yeah, but because of Section 89 won the Indian Act,
Okay.
that contractor can't go out and pledge his house as collateral, only because of Section 89 won. That's what they're
Well,
being
what we can do
penalized.
is we can look at land, as Chris has suggested. We've done that. We can look at vehicles as long as they're not mortgaged, as long as they're free and clear. And then you're going to have to appraise what the land is worth that's not encumbered.
And there's the line of the credit note from the bank.
That they can get a line of credit from the bank because the one contractor did offer us a line of credit from the bank, and they can get that. There's a fee
Or
for it.
certified check.
But that's part of what the cost of doing business. If you work for somebody off the reserve, they probably would require the same thing. But here they want the band to assume all the risk. It's not finished. Well, that's your problem.
We can't paint everyone with that brush. Chief, to say this, we can't think every contract's going to be slow because one guy's.
But Thomas said that 4 of the jobs were late.
Making me do all this.
Thomas already reported to council that 4 of the jobs were late. I don't know how late they were, but he said in his briefing note they were late. Like, we shouldn't have to dog the contractors to get the work done.
We're gonna find, they've gotta be, in my point of view, that any contractor that is guaranteeing that your houses are gonna be built and move-in ready by a certain time, well, we have to hold them accountable to that promise. And I know there's little hiccups along the way.
So these contractors, when they come in and they sit there and they say, hold us accountable, why are you not accountable? Why do you get to spend 4 or 5 years to do a renovation? Because that's what they're saying. You guys are like, you got to do this, you got to do that. But in-house, setbacks out the window. This out the window. You can only borrow, young family, you can only borrow 40 million. We can spend 600,000 to build a 2-bedroom rental. That's utter hypocrisy, and I can't defend that. I don't know how people do. To get that mortgage, a different issue, the mortgage, to get that to go to 3 something, I had to table like 3 or 4 times. How do you say I can spend 600 to build a 2-bedroom rental? Young working couple work hard all your life for school, and you're both here and you both work hard. People only borrow 250, and you can't even build a
Okay,
flat.
we're diverging here.
But
So
still,
it's
how's-
it's about the policy, about bonding. What do we want to do? What's the policy going to be going forward? And
I
it is-
recommend creative, showing some flexibility, and when they put their submissions forward, then you can say, okay, here's how I plan to get around meeting this. I'm going to offer this or offer this, but just to say you got to be bonded, no, the system's rigged against us on that. It's Mohawk people and Indian people, so.
Well, it's
Show some
not just, it's not
flexibility.
just bonding, Chris. We're saying an alternative, which is ILOC or a certified check.
And that's what I'm recommending, show some flexibility.
And Tom has offered that to the people, but they didn't want to do that either. They don't like the idea of security. in
Well,
some cases.
this is it, and we need some security as well. These are large projects, like we take all the risks. We need, for on or off reserve company that we bring in to do this work.
And so to me, I think that, a line of credit or the a certified check, we've accepted that before,
Yep.
that either or.
So they have a
option
risk
3.
if they don't meet the timeframes. Do you see what I mean? It's just about enforcing them to get the job they've committed to.
Yep.
That we've committed to and they've committed to, so that everything goes smoothly.
But it's the second you say the word bonding, but then you're pigeonholed into this.
Well,
here,
bonding's
you
just
can't do
one
these things.
one avenue. He's recommended 3 different avenues. It's some sort of form of security. That's what we're looking for.
And option 3 would include the typical bonding, the ILOC, and
Certified
the
check.
certified check or credit.
What also include land and other assets.
Land and other assets.
So that's opening it up even broader to those businesses that have substantial
No,
assets.
is this for projects for under $1 million or any project?
For the tiny houses.
This would be for,
But we're not making a policy
This
for
is
tiny
for-
houses, we're making a policy.
He's asking for advice on this particular project.
and
No, he
moving
said before
forward-
he could proceed with the
Right.
tender.
Right.
So he's got to have a plan of what we're going to do moving forward,
Right.
whether it's $1 million or 10 million.
So
or
what's the
50.
threshold?
Yeah.
What's,
Wake me up.
what's the threshold we want to go with? I mean, we're looking for
That's our
directions on.
dinner
on
gone, it's
How
3:05.
much financial risk do we want to take? Up to what threshold
Chris, where
are
does
we
it say
willing
tiny
to,
houses in here?
to take on?
Here's a briefing note there.
Right now, he considered $1 million, whether you see that threshold being
Top of the
lower,
second page,
higher, the
second
same.
paragraph.
We'll start there. Will we proceed the tender for the
Okay.
tiny houses? Okay.
But he's just trying to get a policy in place before he
Yeah.
proceeds with the tender for
Okay.
the tiny houses.
Yeah.
But this policy won't be just for the tiny houses.
No,
This
it'll
will be
be
the policy
moving
for any
forward.
project.
That's right. But the impetus of this has been the tiny houses.
This is
And the
not
$1
just
million
for
is
tiny
the
houses. This is our policy
Yeah.
for anything we contract out.
I'd agree with the policy in some sort of way, whether it's land or.
And so is this just for
I'm good with
projects
option
under
three.
$1 million or under, or is it going to increase that?
It says it's established a policy for the $1 million threshold.
So
So
this is the
under
million.
wouldn't
Well,
require.
what do you want to see? Do you want to see lower, stay at $1 million, go higher? What do you see as the threshold?
I have
Well, the
no
other
idea.
thing is they have to be unencumbered.
No, I don't know what that means.
It means if you have a $300,000 mortgage on your house and it's not all paid for, you can't use that because there's debt on it. If you own your house, that's different. If it's all paid for, then you can use your house for security.
No, what we mean by the threshold is
Free and clear.
what amount of contract do we allow before we put this bonding measure or other measures in place to secure that project?
If
If
the-
we're looking at
Large.
large projects, well, then it's, yeah, $1 million is a large project.
If that's,
500,000 isn't, you can build a house for 500,000.
if that's the
Yeah,
recommendation, then
You know, so.
Money doesn't go too far these days, right? $1 million, the 6 tiny homes
That's
will
if
be
you do
more
it
than a
yourself.
mil.
So
So
they'll
can
need to
we
be
approve
bonded.
then that the bonding policy for projects under $1 million will be a bond or other alternative securities such as a line of credit, a certified check, land, or other assets that are unencumbered?
so that would
Under
be,
a mil? Did you
No, no,
say over
at a
or
mil.
you said under?
For projects under $1 million.
No, for over.
Over.
Oh, for projects under $1 million.
wait, you said.
No,
what
it's
again?
just projects over $1 million.
No, it's under $1 million.
Why is it under?
Because this is what it is for security for under $1 million. This is what we're going to accept is a bond. Approved, they can either accept a bond or alternative security, a line of credit, certified check, land, or other assets that are unencumbered. And then for projects over $1 million, they'd have to have a bond.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought we were accepting,
It just over a mil.
yeah, all of those things from $1 million on.
No. Because some of the contractors for larger amounts they will require you to have a bond. If we would have if the contractor couldn't be bonded for the long-term care core build, we wouldn't have been able to get the funding.
So
Chris?
over $1 million is bonded, under $1 million is,
Any of these
Other
other forms of
forms.
security.
okay.
Chief, I would move to, for this particular project, implement option 3, learn this as a learning experience, use this as a learning experience for the next project. If this is 1-3, 1-4,
Okay. So
I
there,
don't want our people locked out.
so this only applies to the North Street project.
Sure.
Is that what?
So what are we doing for the North Street?
So what about the other project? What's the policy there?
Every project going forward, you mean? What's the answer for every project going forward?
Well, can we just deal with this project and give us a chance maybe for the finance department to
So
give
you,
chime in?
I can't understand why you don't want this project, which is 6 tiny homes, to meet a deadline. We want the meeting, everybody want, it has to
do,
meet a
I do,
deadline.
I
And
do.
then they have to, the contractor that goes over that project by 2-3 months is stopping the people from getting into their places. So this is where this bonding or the correct, the check or whatever is come.
To me, the policy,
I want performance, and I'm saying, let's just be flexible and creative, because I've had my yin yang reamed so many times by our local contractors where we say, you guys set the bar here, but then over here you didn't do that, so.
well, one thing it's going to do is create
That is
delay in other
exactly
projects,
what it
because
does.
again, the same question is going to come up, then what's the bonding requirements for this project? If we do it by, it's better to have an overall policy.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, I mean, also in the tendering process, moving forward, if contractors are overdue 3 and 4 months on projects, would we not consider that as a red
Red
mark
flag?
for the next go around? I mean, we wouldn't
Yes.
continue
Considerably,
to
yes.
award projects to organizations that can't meet their commitments. I mean, there's that aspect to consider as well. And maybe we shouldn't be considering them for future.
That's a good point, and everybody deserves a second chance.
Uh,
If we make and we state the rules that
But you're-
we're making today, not 10 years ago, who cares what happened? Oh, sure, it happened, we're gonna learn from it. We start from today.
Okay, but there can't be sweetheart deals with certain contractors and
No,
then another deal with
absolutely not.
another contract, because your policy has to be fair and consistent to all people who apply for band work.
That's right.
That's why you need a policy for the organization.
So to your point, Sherry, you said, would you have people building the houses that were 3 and 4 and 6 months behind?
No.
Right? So one of the contractors come to me and said, your goddamn guys for 2.5 years, they can't even put a house on a foundation, and yet you're giving me one of these about delivery, and performance?
Chris, you have to remember, we're training people at the same time. It's a little bit different
2.5
than
years
than
back.
We're not-
than
we're
a
not-
for-profit
That's
company. That's
Yeah, there's a difference,
buildings.
there's a difference when they're in a training program and learning, rather than a contractor who's in a for-profit business.
There's a big difference.
They're not our staff are not a competing business.
I can't hear you,
I hear
Angela.
housing crisis every week.
Well, there is a housing crisis. Now, the work has got to get done. We got to get on with building more houses if we're going to even meet the demand. And we can't wait till snow flies, which is not too far away.
Can we get clarification on if the $1 million, if it's $1 million going up or going down?
My understanding, it's projects that are 1 million and greater. That's what
Large scale project.
they
Will
would,
require
large
bonding.
scale projects over
Yes.
$1 million would require the bonding and all the other details.
Yeah, so I'd select option 3 for projects over $1 million.
And under 1 million, we can be a little more.
Flexible.
With the other stuff. Okay.
So we're taking the risk of up to 1 million with that contract.
Some of the risk. We're not taking risks because we're going to require, but they're just that they have alternative forms of security. Or are you
That's
entertaining
different.
unsecured?
That's different than option 3.
Or is there a threshold we're good for unsecured?
That's just where I wanted the
But
clarification.
the policy has to be the same for all of the contractors who bid on our projects.
It's over $1 million is what's been discussed here. Any
Yeah, we-
project over 1 million.
Yeah, this was brought out for projects over $1 million.
In the case of the contractor who didn't want the bond, he was willing to offer other security like what's been accepted, and we have done that in the past. But but when they put the tender out, it just said bond only, and so that's why we need the policy to say that it can be under $1 million. It can be either the bond or alternative security. Because they did to the contractor that raised this issue, said they could have got a line of credit. So it wasn't as if that they were paralyzed, it's that they wouldn't accept any other form of security. So all the policy is doing is being amended to allow for other alternative security for the work. And I think that's reasonable. Or does council want to have some of this work unsecured?
Well, and that's just it. So if somebody goes to do a $10,000 job, are you gonna
Make them bond.
make them bond it?
No, that's why I say, is there going to be a certain amount within that million that can be unsecured?
Well, that's what this was about. It was anything over $1 million for the bonding.
Anything
just gave
under
3 different
didn't
options for
require
bonding.
anything.
No. The policy said here.
Include typical bonding.
larger.
Option 1 includes typical bonding sources for large projects of $1 million.
It's got the.
Yes, it's recently, the Housing and Van Property Department has utilized the thresholds for
Greater
1
than a
million
million.
before bonding is required.
Yeah. So it's over.
Yeah.
If you want to go with that for under, I mean, that's also an option.
I think to start we should, because a lot of the housing contracts are not over $1 million, or are they?
Well, the 6 tiny homes is 1.3 million.
1.3 for 6 tiny homes.
Well, do you want to go 1.5 million? But I think if the funder requires bonding, I don't think you should forego funding just to get around the bonding issue. If the funder requires bonding, we should not let funding slip through our fingers just because we've got this policy. Otherwise, the community's losing out on a lot of other resources that could help address the need.
Well, that'd be something that comes up when you get the funding, wouldn't it?
And Tom is right, there's some of the contractors do need bonding. Some of the funders need bonding, and they need the projects to be done within a certain time frame because they have to report on to their superiors. Instead of MBQ's delinquent and hasn't submitted their reports, we don't know what's going on there.
Yes, and some of it is hold up on construction.
So, what is it?
I'd say option 3 for projects over $1 million.
Option 3, then, we'll just review that. Same as option 1, but this option would require MBQ to sell the land to recoup costs incurred for construction. So then if somebody pledged their land, then you'd have to sell it and hope you could get what that value was out of that land. And if you couldn't, then I guess the band would have to absorb the loss. Would not include land that already has a mortgage on it. So if they got a mortgage on the house, they can't pledge it to the band for security and pledge it to the other work either because the equity's not there. Would need to have a predetermined method of valuing the cost of the land that is fair and consistent. This would also include an alternative form of security, which would include irrevocable line of credit or a certified check, or both in the amount of 20% of the contract value. And quite a few of the smaller contractors can get that line of credit.
I'm good with option 3.
Number 3? Is there a motion for number 3?
I'll make the motion.
Well, there's one motion here was already moved by Chris that for projects under $1 million that these forms of security would be acceptable. And that this would apply to North Street. Is there a seconder for Chris's first motion?
No, I think that has the most flexibility, right?
Which one?
Yeah, number 3's got the flexibility.
Yeah, I'm okay with 3.
I'd be all right with number 3.
Is that your motion to accept number 3?
Yeah, what's the
Before I
motion?
made the
I'd go
motion.
along with it.
Okay, so a motion was to, who's moving that?
I did.
Oguari, who's seconding it?
I will too.
Curtis? Selected. Anybody opposed? Aguirre and
$1
Curtis,
million
option
threshold.
3.
No, I
Yeah.
really
Okay,
don't think that they would have a problem getting into this, being it's so flexible.
It's 20% of the contract value.
So
It's lots of
I don't
ways.
think they should, really. It's being flexible.
Yeah.
Really flexible.
commercial leases. MBQ has commercial lease document reviewed by JFK Law to ensure that they have the appropriate wording necessary to protect MBQ's interests. In addition, it was asked to look at the ability to not renew the lease every year. Approve the attached lease template for use in all MBQ commercial leases to not require the annual renewal. After 12-month term, it will then convert to a month-to-month lease. Set commercial lease rates at $10 for these properties. Is that $10 per square foot? Is that what you mean?
Yes, for certain ones. There, if you look at the briefing note, there's actually provided a commercial leases for each of our commercial properties that are currently leased,
Um,
and they're all set by per square foot.
Well, I think the other thing, I don't want to see anything fall through the cracks, because sometimes if somebody's not paying their lease payment, I don't want that to drift on without it coming to the attention of the council. And,
A lease agreement wouldn't, I mean, this is just an agreement for year to year rather than,
well, then I don't agree. Well, then have longer term leases. I don't agree with them, anybody being a tenant at will. Because that can get into all kinds of, well, somebody told me this and somebody told me that. When you get into a big quagmire of stuff, it's better to have a lease, everything, the obligations are documented, and it's signed and it's not dated. I think if somebody's going to occupy and the other thing is we have a bylaw that nobody is supposed to be in a banned building without an agreement with council. And these are banned properties, so they have to have a formal agreement.
so we
They-
could go
they
with longer term leases then is what you're suggesting.
A longer, a 2-year lease, if some of them want a 1-year lease, we have to be flexible, but as long as they have a lease. I mean, we don't have that many commercial properties.
It just says after the initial 12 months that it will convert to a month-to-month basis.
But still, no, but leases have a beginning, you can't have an agreement that doesn't have a beginning date and an end date.
And then why this has come up is I know FNTI is asked for at least a 25-year lease just for stability purposes.
It doesn't matter to me how long the lease is, as long as there's a signed lease for that period of time they're in there.
So you don't like the month,
I don't
after a
want,
one-year term?
well, if they don't bother signing it, whether you're just going to be a tenant at will month to month.
This was recommended by our lawyers.
I don't agree with it.
Don't agree with legal advice?
So what, I was just wondering.
Because all that leaves room for is just to ignore that arrears are there and there's no follow-up and no monitoring. And we see what happens there. We've got that problem now. We've got to clean up.
It just is a bit of an administrative process
Relief.
to renew these leases every year.
What's the administrative process? All they used to have to do
well-
is the rent change, have the conditions changed.
We just received one today from ALFDC wanting to review the lease and go through that whole process.
Okay, but
So there's still a standing lease.
There is.
And they will update it if there's any changes that are made. So if the rent needs to increase or if hydro needs to increase, that will still get changed. They just don't
Yeah.
need to redo the paperwork every 12 months.
Yes, and it says here externally, most leases do not get renewed annually. They have an initial 12-month term. They will convert to month, with both parties able to terminate within 30 days written notice.
convert from month to month under what condition?
Leases are then only renewed when the lease wording needs to change.
And under what conditions? Is it renewed month to month with the same conditions?
The same.
Or conditions that have been requested?
The same
Everything that's in the
conditions.
initial
Everything
agreement.
stays the same. The only time it would change is when we need to review the lease.
So there's a standing lease then that just
Yes.
goes on
Yes.
indefinitely?
That's right.
What is FNTI? I mean, there's no, where are they leasing the whole airport?
They're not, the airport they're leasing, they're not leasing over here on the York Road anymore.
I know, but like I'm just saying, you got AFLDC that is
Okay.
only 1,400 square
Because
feet,
they're-
and they're paying more than the whole 150 acres for
It's
FNTI.
the
When-
nature of that particular business.
When Robert Scott was the band's lawyer, Earl was the chief, and he warned us about this. He said there's a rule against perpetuities. He said every agreement has to have a beginning date and an end date. Chris?
Has there been a thorough review at the end of each year? I'll use FNTI, 5,000 a month. What's that, 60? Well, 570? Because I noticed that we have taken over the snow plow in there, have we not?
That's our building now because they don't rent that anymore.
FNTI doesn't use the runways?
Oh, I thought you meant
Oh, the
the
runway?
You got the
building.
runway.
Pardon?
They pay for it.
They pay for the snow plowing? How do they pay for the snow plowing? Like we send them an invoice?
Well, I don't know the detailed process. I'll find out, but
So they pay snow plowing above and beyond the rent.
my understanding is that they pay for snow plowing.
for their runways.
And the sanding and salting?
Could I get a GL listing for the last fiscal? You know, here's their expenses, here's their income. I don't wanna look at that and see we're losing tons of money for an entity that pays. Potentially, I don't wanna look at this. You see, here's my income for the year, here's my expenses for the year. And if we're putting out a lot of money, losing money, well then it's time to review that lease.
Who's putting up a new building?
They are.
Insurance.
And I would say if you're going to go with no, you don't need a signed agreement, say the lease is expired, I mean, because that becomes, because every document has an expiry
There's
date.
still a signed agreement, and it would stay until it was terminated by either party.
Either party can terminate.
But they would need to give us 30 days notice, and we would need to give them 30
And I would
days
say
notice.
if they're in default and they're behind with their rent, that lease does not, it's terminated at that time. Because when you're willing to extend it, even though you know they're in arrears, then you're accepting that it's okay to be in arrears.
Yeah, but you wouldn't want to renew it if they're in arrears.
Yeah.
Makes sense, wouldn't it?
And I moved to increase
what-
the rent by 5%.
So what we're
Let's
saying,
let's deal with one thing at a
he's
time.
saying the funds that are received from commercial leases help offset deficits to the police budget, and what's that other one? Community center budgets. So we do make money on those leases, and they help offset other budgets.
The community center loses money though, Sherry, overall.
That's what she's saying.
It
covers the.
It covers those deficits,
Right.
the money we get from leases. So
Okay.
what Chris is saying is we're already utilizing those funds to offset other deficits. And yes, we can, if we notify them within 30 days, we can review the amount of their leases. Because right now they're based on a per square foot ratio, and that can be reviewed.
But they say 5% max, so.
They've got a recommendation to set a standard rent on the
Do you
below
know-
number
do
3.2
you know-
under
do you
the
know, Norm, the
recommendations.
landlord determines the conditions under which they're going to rent their property. Usually the rent part might be negotiable, but we don't allow people to do that with their rental housing, to make their own deal, to negotiate their own deal. We have one policy and it's fair, it's one the same for all.
Well, each commercial property is a little bit different.
So the only thing that should change, if there's repairs to be done and who's going to pay for it, or the rent goes up, then, but the other conditions should stay the same.
Yeah, and I mean, we were handed a lease that's been reviewed by ALFDC, and they want us to review the details. And I don't know what's in there yet. But this is what we're trying to say, once we enter into agreement, the lawyers have recommended it's not necessary to redo this document every year.
Review the document, but you should still get another signature on the document for the new term that's good for that lease applies to. Because the lease applies to a certain term period when they're going to occupy the building or the property.
But we're trying to recommend moving from a year to year term and just do initially a 1-year term, and then after the 1-year term expires, then that we move to just continuing with the lease as is. It's like when you lease an apartment off the territory, you sign a lease for 1 year. After 1 year, you just continue in the apartment. You
Yes.
don't need to re-sign a lease.
No, actually, when I rented an apartment, the landlord brought you a new lease. You wanted to continue living, you had to sign the lease.
I didn't. I never had to.
The only
Same,
time I've
I
had to do
haven't.
that was renting from the bands.
Yeah.
I know the band doesn't
Even with
require
the
them.
housing we're looking at that, like about, because it's problematic trying to get people to come in and sign every year for their lease. The lawyers have recommended going with an initial 12-year term lease, or 12 months, sorry, 12-month lease, and then continuing with that.
And what lawyer was this?
JFK law.
What lawyer though?
I don't know offhand, Don.
Okay. Well, if that's what you want to do it, but
That's what is
I'm
being.
warning it, it likely will come back to bite you in some legal matter. And I'll tell you, I told you so.
So, so I'm hearing some pressure.
Because already, you know, some of the tenants said, well, you can't make me pay. I haven't signed a lease yet. Where did I say I was
Well,
going to
they
pay any
did
money?
sign a lease. This is.
I'm living there.
I'm.
That lease is expired. That's no good now.
Why are we
I've
paying
heard
a
them say
lawyer
that.
if we're not going to listen to their recommendations?
I've heard the tenants say that, try to get out of paying rent. In some cases, not in many cases, but most of the tenants are good. They pay their rent on time all the
This
time.
is just for the commercial
This,
lease,
this right now is commercial.
just for
leases.
commercial leases. I agree with the recommendation, so I'll make the motion. I'm good with all three of them. Approving the updated lease template for all MBQ commercial leases, not having to renew it every year, but as things change, set a standard of $10 per square foot for all new commercial tenants. That includes winter and summer operations, and to $7.50 for those that do not. And existing tenants will increase 5% each year until they get to the $10 per square foot.
There's a motion. Is there a seconder?
I'll second.
O'Quarrie? Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is approved.
Bye, Chip.
Can you come back? How many left? How many got left?
There's a few.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good evening.
The next one is the ISC Housing Management Subsidy. Approve the submission for 24-25 ISC Management Subsidy. So the recommendation is to approve and accept the funding.
I'll move.
And
I'll
the
second.
funding will be
Subsidy for 24.
65,000.
65,000.
65,000. It's been moved by Chris to accept the funding.
I'll second. I'll second that.
Anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Seeing none, the motion is carried. We should have a motion to acknowledge Glenda sent the Aboriginal Labor Force Development Circle report. Pardon me? Okay, thank you. The boat launches.
Oh, is that an add-on?
I thought we were going with temporary fixes for this year and it would be a more detailed plan brought to council.
We met with, as council recalls, we met with DFO early May. And an application was put forward to do the work to remove those metal posts from the, so we could do the work for the dock at Ferry Lane. So,
And you can do it with it before the July deadline.
yes, we can do that work. So they're looking into the scope of work and getting that work done as quickly as
So
possible.
as soon as you're ready, you can go ahead with it.
So as soon as it's ready, then docks could be installed.
And so we didn't need to wait till July.
Not for the removal of those metal posts. We do have to wait till July if we're going to do any kind of in-water work for ramps, the ramp.
Okay, so then the metal posts can be removed and you can go ahead with it, which is what
Yeah.
I thought you could do.
So minor repairs are occurring for the Shannonville location.
You just have to make an application to do that, right?
No, yes, it has to be reviewed by DFO, and it has to be like shallow.
And so have we made the
And
application?
not in, a bedding area for the fish and habitat.
And have we made the application?
Yes, we have, and it's been approved.
So the applicant's made, it's been approved. Okay, we'll note that in the minutes then, to do the in-water works to remove the posts by DFO. Okay, so then I guess it's a matter of getting the work scheduled, what it is, and then keeping in contact with DFO to let them know what we're doing. And if they have any concerns, they'll let us know.
They know that Megan was talking to her, and they know that it was in shallow water, which was like 1 foot. And that's removing the post and installing new heavier duty ones, so that it'll, like that dock has been in there for a long time with those little tiny skinny posts. So they're gonna install, or whoever is gonna make sure that they install the steel that is more than heavy duty enough to last a longer time.
So Pete's working on the full scope of the work and getting quotes and potential contractors to do that work.
So what do we need to do? Just acknowledge the update then, Sherry, for the
Yes,
boat launches?
please. Yes.
And then I guess when the quotes are in, they'll be brought to council, right?
That will, yeah.
Or if it's within the signing authority or
Exactly.
the staff, then you can just get the work done.
We've
that's-
already been presented with the amounts.
And the council's already directed you, unless it's a significant
No,
amount.
the amounts were for the building of new docks, new docks.
And the fix of the boat launch down here at the ferry lane, it was all involved. We've seen the numbers for that already. And we did approve, and if we could have the go-ahead for this year, we will fix the steel structure and install the old docks until the new docks are ready to put in place.
Okay, I don't recall that, but
Was that
They
right?
said just do it all, fix them and new.
new, that's right.
We are, because they said it's gonna be
Okay.
near the end
I
of the
was-
season before the new ones get built anyway.
Okay, I was unable to be part of the call with DFO, so I guess what all did they approve?
She approved the in-water work at the ferry dock lane.
And when we're ready to go ahead with it, or do we have to wait?
No,
No, we don't have to wait to any time. She gave us the okay to go ahead and start the construction of fixing those steel structures that's bent, that it's in place right now.
Okay,
it's, all this work is just for the dock system,
no,
Yes.
not the ramp.
Not the ramp, just the dock.
just the dock, okay. So we just need to acknowledge the update for the
Yes,
report,
please.
updated report.
I'll motion that acknowledgement.
Is there a seconder? Chris Miracle? Remember, people, I have to hear you so they can't see you.
Sorry, Chief.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Is there anything else, Shelley, that's add on here? No? Okay, great. Motion to go in camera?
I'll motion.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
Chris Miracle? Anybody opposed? Motion's carried.
Bye.
Thank you very much, everybody, for joining the council meeting this afternoon. It is now 3:38, and the council will be going in camera to finish their in-camera private agenda. And I want to thank all of the community members for joining us today, and